choice when a hungry tummy makes some noise. You stay fit, the planet green, cause pulses give the best protein. Pulses में है best protein. Go green with pulse protein. राजमा मटर मसूर दाल खा के सब रहे खुशहाल. As simple as एक दो तीन. Pulses में है Pulses में है best protein. Go green with pulse protein.
Brought to you by the India Pulses and Grains Association.
Pulses are the healthy choice when a hungry tummy makes some noise. You stay fit, the planet green, cause pulses give the best protein. Pulses में है best protein. Go green with pulse protein. राजमा मटर मसूर दाल खा के सब रहे खुशहाल. As simple as एक दो तीन. Pulses में है Pulses में है best protein. Go green with pulse protein.
Brought to you by the India Pulses and Grains Association.
Pulses are the healthy choice when a hungry tummy makes some noise. You stay fit, the planet green, cause pulses give the best protein. Pulses में है best protein. Go green with pulse protein. राजमा मटर मसूर दाल खा के सब रहे खुशहाल. As simple as एक दो तीन. Pulses में है Pulses में है best protein. Go green with pulse protein.
Brought to you by the India Pulses and Grains Association.
Greetings, and that was a great jingle, by the way. A very warm welcome on behalf of India Pulses and Grains Association as we celebrate the 4th World Pulses Day. Well, the World Pulses Day is observed yearly on 10th of February. It was determined by the United Nations to celebrate World Pulses Day to express the worth, value, and benefit of pulses. India celebrates World Pulses Day to spread awareness regarding the numerous health benefits pulses have to offer and promote the consumption of pulses across the country. We welcome on this occasion the government, industry, trade, members across the globe from various partner associations, as well as farmers and consumers present today. India is the world's largest producer, processor, importer, and consumer of pulses. That is a fact that is well recognized. India also holds a dominant position in global pulses market, and every move here is very closely watched. Yet there are challenges ahead as well as opportunities. In pulses, our yields are among the lowest globally. And then while our policy focus has been more on output, it is perhaps time to pay greater attention to consumption. As per the capital availability is even lower, and as the nutritional standards are recommended, we don't meet the standards there. So there is just so much to discuss today with our esteemed guests. I will start by inviting Mr. Bimal Kothari for a formal welcome address. Mr. Kothari is the Managing Director of Pancham International Limited, a company that is engaged in the import and export of pulses, sugar, rice, etc. for the last 30 years. Mr. Kothari also is a law graduate and is the Vice Chairman of India Pulses and Grains Association. He also has served as member of Executive Committee of International Pulses Trade and Industry Confederation since 1993. Mr. Kothari, take it away. Mr. Kothari, you perhaps are on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening to all our distinguished participants from different geographies of the world. I am delighted to welcome each one of you to this webinar today, the 10th February, to celebrate the World Pulse Day that was announced by United Nations 4 years ago. As the apex body of the Indian pulse trade and industry, IPGA represents the entire spectrum of value chain participants in the pulse sector, from cultivation to eventual consumption. We work with the policymakers at different levels within the government and provide policy inputs from time to time. IPGA enjoys tremendous credibility within the policy making circles. IPGA is closely linked to and work with international institutions like Global Pulse Confederation, GAFTA, many countries, pulses associations, and so on. We, ladies and friends, we all know how important pulses are in our daily lives. Pulses or dal is an important staple in our daily food. In India, we eat dal roti or dal chawal, meaning pulses with Indian bread or pulses with rice. This well-established food habit is several centuries and possibly millennia old in our country. It is well acknowledged that India is the world's largest producer, processor, consumer and importer of the pulses in the world. Also, the country has the largest area under the cultivation. In other words, India holds a dominant position in the world pulses market. On this UN declared World Pulse Day today, I wish to share what I believe are some critical thoughts for the sector. India's green revolution in the 1960s changed the face of Indian agriculture. Today, India is the world's second largest producer of wheat and rice. We are among the top rice exporters, and we export wheat also from time to time. While that's a happy situation, but we must recognize that the green revolution mainly focused on the fine cereals, which is wheat and rice. And that was to tide over the acute food shortage few decades ago. Now, friends, we have come a long way since then in terms of surplus production of fine cereals. I am convinced that it is the time for us to focus on pulses and oilseeds. Pulses deserve the kind of policy support, research support, and investment support that fine cereals have received. Of course, the government in recent years been paying greater attention to the pulses production, and the results are showing. India's production has reached a new high of 24 to 25 million tons. From peak import of 6.6 million tons 4 years ago, now our imports have declined to 2.5 million tons. Friends, pulses by their are very nature eco-friendly crops. As legumes, pulses crop fix nitrogen in the soil. So pulses can be used for crop rotation in high input agriculture areas of the country. Pulses will improve soil health and consume less water. Friends, we have a large processing industry with several thousand dal mills across the country, but most units are too small and do not enjoy the scale economies. There is a strong case for modernization of India's dal mill. I would urge the government to consider the dal mill modernization fund. Once modernized, I am hopeful we can see a lot of foreign direct investment coming into the sector. Friends, our policy focus is more on pulses production, but we need to pay adequate attention to consumption also. Despite being the world's largest producer, our per capita availability is low, even as per nutritional standards. We need to boost domestic consumption of pulses, primarily to fight widespread malnutrition and undernutrition. The pervasive protein deficiency hurts our economy in terms of healthcare costs and low labor productivity. To an extent, this can be addressed by boosting pulses consumption, especially among the vulnerable sections of the population. Like rice and wheat, I urge the government, pulses should also be distributed under public distribution system of the Government of India. Importantly, pulses are most economical vegetable protein. Pulses provide a perfect mix of biological value when used with the cereals. So there is a strong case not only to boost production, but also to boost consumption of pulses in the country. The increased awareness among the masses, increased production and consumption of pulses across the country would align with our Honorable Prime Minister's vision of doubling the farmers' income and thereby provide momentum to India's trade and industry. Friends, now I won't take much of your time. I would like to extend a special thanks to all the speakers from the Government of India, research institutes, foreign delegates, as well as our partner associations for joining us in the World Pulses 2022 celebration. We look forward to having your valuable insights regarding the importance of pulses and the role they play in the food and nutrition security. Thank you very much. Happy World Pulses Day. Thank you.
Mr. Kothari, thank you so much for that, and a very amazing World's Pulses Day to all of you. And now we have a very special guest joining us, Mr. Amitabh Kant, who serves as a Chief Executive Officer at NITI Aayog. He's a member of the Indian Administrative Services Kerala Cadre 1980 badge. And Mr. Kant has been a key driver of award-winning initiatives such as Make in India, Startup India, Incredible India, and God's Own Country that have positioned India and the state of Kerala as leading manufacturing and tourist destinations. Mr. Kant, we invite you to address the gathering, and we express or we extend our hearty welcome to you as well.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate the 4th World Pulses Day or Antarashtriya Dalhan Divas, I would like to shed some light on the worth, value, and benefits to the future of food, that's pulses. Food production, food security, and climate change are all intrinsically linked. The changing climate will continue to put pressure on agricultural ecosystems, and climate change, whether in the form of droughts, food, or hurricanes, impacts every level of food production. It puts global food security at risk and heightens the dangers of undernutrition in poor regions. Let me talk more deeply about how pulses can contribute to food security and simultaneously improve sustainability and tackle the issue of climate change. There are many threats to food security, which include rapidly growing population, widespread malnutrition with other sources of protein like meat, dairy, and fish being economically inaccessible for many, and lastly, huge food losses and wastages. Pulses can contribute to food security since they are suitable for marginal environments. They are drought resistant and deep rotting species of pulses that can supply groundwater to companion crops when planted in intercropping systems. Secondly, they are affordable sources of protein and minerals. They are significantly inexpensive compared to animal foods. Lastly, the proportion of food waste from pulses due to spoilage is very low. Pulses are climate smart as they simultaneously adapt to climate change and contribute towards mitigating its effect. Pulses can fix atmospheric nitrogen and provide it to the soil. This reduces the need for synthetic nitrogen fertilizers and contributes in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Including pulses in crop rotation exploits symbiotic microbes to fix nitrogen, partly transferring it to subsequent crops, increasing their yields. And pulses also have a broad genetic diversity. This diversity is particularly important attribute because more climate resilient pulses varieties can be developed. Growing pulses such as pigeon peas simultaneously with other crops improves farmers' food security by helping them to diversify their nutrition and source of income. When included in livestock feed, pulses byproducts contribute to providing and improving feed conversion ratio while reducing greenhouse gas emissions at the same time. Ladies and gentlemen, pulses have been an integral part of the staple vegetarian diet of Indians. With 32% of the area and 25% of global production, India cultivates the largest pulses varieties. Pulses account for only 4% of the value of crop agriculture and cover about 11.7% of the gross cropped area. Pulses production in India has increased from about 8.4 million tons in 1950-51 to a record level of 25.7 million tons in 2021. The highest yield in pulses was registered at 853 kilogram per hectare in 2017-18. And this indicates there's a lot of untapped potential for increasing the yield of pulses through major technological breakthroughs. While the Green Revolution and Maize Revolution propelled production of wheat, rice, and maize, similar breakthrough in pulses has not been achieved till date. Under the prevailing circumstances, it is important to ensure that goals pertaining to productivity gain should be dovetailed with profitability for farmers, thereby creating a sustainable ecosystem. With increasing importance of technology, be it high-yielding, climate-resilient seeds or advanced mechanization, cost of production is bound to increase for the farmers. However, the quantity and quality of produce should allow farmers to recover the cost of production and make reasonable profits to be able to sustain pulses farming. Just as millers, wholesalers, and retailers are able to play the markets, farmers should be given similar options, and therefore, pulses are indispensable sources of protein in Indian diets, and the Government of India's food security programs provide for 50% of the recommended dietary allowance of protein to children, adults, and girls, and pregnant and lactating women. The government announced a relief package during the pandemic, providing for an additional supply of 5 kilograms of rice, wheat, and 1 kg of preferred pulses per month. Some states, namely Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Haryana, and Himachal Pradesh, have succeeded in providing pulses through the public distribution system. In order to enhance supply, efforts have been made by Government of India to adopt focused policy thrust to augment pulses production and programs such as the National Food Security Mission, integrated development of pulses villages, among others. To improve the price realization for the farmers, schemes like Price Stabilization Fund and Price Support Scheme were also introduced. More than 20 lakh mini kits of seeds distributed to cover 40.5 lakh hectares across the country was done to achieve self-sufficiency. Policy advocacy for strengthening pulses value chains, like many other agricultural commodities, cannot be limited to boosting productivity and thereby production alone. Focus should be on strengthening market access for farmers in terms of higher price realization and improved risk mitigation. The government procurement options under PSS and PSF are being made available to the farmers in a timely manner so that they do not bear the brunt in selling at market prices lower than MSP. Given that the price of major pulses recurring quite often crash below the MSP, futures market can be beneficial for the farmers in terms of higher price realization and hedging against price risk. There's a need to strengthen storage and warehouse facilities. There's a need to promote FPOs in pulses value chains who can undertake dal milling and marketing to enable assured market and higher returns to the farmers. And for a healthier future generation, there is an urgent need to create awareness on the consumption of micronutrient-rich pulses for the dual benefit of nutrition and sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, to my mind, pulses are a very critical component of India. They are very important and an indispensable source of protein in Indian diets, and they are very critical for enhancing production and productivity. And they are very critical for a healthier future generation. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a pleasure and a delight interacting with you.
Mr. Kant, thank you so much for joining us, sir. And you actually ticked all the very important points when we look at pulses, right from nutrition to sustainability, the importance of technology, and the reason and the importance that we need to strengthen the storage and the FPOs as a part of our ecosystem there. You also talked about technology. You spoke about the futures market relevance into the markets as well, and the importance of MSP there, and the fact that it's a staple diet. That is something that we all keep talking about. And there are lots of points that you talked about in sense of marketing, ensuring that there is good value chain and there is good efficiency as far as the farmers are concerned, not just the other stakeholders as well. We definitely thank you and we value your time. We appreciate you joining us and talking to us, addressing us with your views there. Moving on, and the purpose of celebrating International Days is to educate the general masses on various concerns, challenges, prospects, and progress made in the field as well. And clearly there have been various opportunities. Mr. Kant talked about plenty of them there. With that, let's introduce our next guest. And joining us now is Mr. Sunil Kumar Singh. He's additional MD in AFID, and he holds nearly 20 years of extensive experience of commodity market, particularly pulses. He's actively associated in formulation of Government of India schemes in procurement, storage, and distribution of pulses. His initiatives conceptualize the maiden creation of buffer stocking of pulses and distribution of pulses at affordable prices in the welfare schemes of Government of India, as well as state governments, for the benefit of targeted consumers, including their nutritional requirements. Mr. Sunil Kumar Singh, we welcome you, sir, and we are keen on listening to your views first, and then, of course, we have a few questions for you as well.
Thank you, Manisha ji. Thank you, organizers, IPGA, for inviting me to this World Pulse Day celebration. It has been real an honor to listen to the CEO, Niti Aayog, Sri Amitabh Kant, where he outlined the initiatives which the government of India has been taking on the enhancement of the pulse production, consumption, and various policies which are very, very instrumental in increasing the production and consumption of pulses in the country. NAFED, about 2 years back, had organized the World Pulse Day event, which was the last physical event on Pulse in Delhi, along with the Global Pulse Confederation. And I compliment IPGA that it has taken the baton forward and has organized the event last year also, virtually, besides this year. If we evaluate where we stood in 2015-16 and where we are standing, there has been a record increase in the production of pulses in the country. As Mr. Kothari spoke, the imports, which were to the tune of 6.5 million metric tons, has dropped to 2.5 million metric tons. So it shows that our import dependence has reduced by 4 million metric ton, I would say. But we have a long way to go. The per capita consumption in India is quite low compared to our requirements. The per hectare yield is also low compared to the international levels. Therefore, both on the consumption front and the production front, we have to further work on so that we take their production level to the tune of 30 million metric ton, which would provide good opportunity to distribute pulses at affordable price. Here, we have to ensure remunerative price to the farmers and ensure affordable price to the poor consumers. As CEO Ditya spoke, in the PMJKY scheme, we distributed 1 kg of pulses to NFSA beneficiaries covering around 81 crore population. So that signifies that affordability is a major issue and we shall remain a major issue till we reach a level where the costing of the pulse per unit drops down, providing better returns to the farmers and lesser price for the consumers. Here, the responsibility of the stakeholders from the farm level up to the retail level increases. We all have to work together and ensure that this cheap source of protein is available to the poor masses, reducing the malnutrition, increasing the immunity and the health condition of the general population of the country. We at NAFED has been ably supported by Government of India by giving all policy support, the fund support, the infrastructure support, and the farmers of this country have toiled very hard in increasing the production by 8 million metric tons. Now, it is our responsibility how we continue to support them. And as Mr. Kothari spoke, there are lots of work to be done on the research side, on meeting the challenges of bad weather condition, which we have been facing for the last 3 Kharif seasons, which has been continuously reducing the production levels or damaging the produce at the harvest season of peas and peas, moong and urad, which we have been witnessing. Those challenges we have to address, and we have to give better opportunities to the farmers to realize the returns of the produce, because it is they who took or who take the risk of producing the pulses. And again, when weather becomes a spoiler, they are at a much greater risk than other stakeholders in the entire chain. Global Pulse Confederation has been advocating various promotional schemes all over the world. IPGA has been well collaborating with it, and we at NAFED have been doing our best. And during these 5 years, you may have observed that we have been able to procure 11.2 million metric tons as and when prices of the pulses dipped below MSP. So, complementing the Indian farmers for enhancing the pulse production in the country, we should take a pledge that we shall strive to continue our efforts to enhance the plight of the farmers, to support them, to grow more pulses in the country so that availability increases and we are able to reduce the cost to the consumers so that the consumption also increases. With these words, I again thank IPGA for inviting me to this function. Thank you, Manisha ji.
Mr. Singh, thank you so much. But do stay by because we have a couple of questions for you. I mean, you touched upon various parts, and the couple of things that actually were the highlights were, Mr. Singh, thanks. And farmers are the vulnerable lot there, and various schemes need to be worked on to that. I also want to take a step back and talk about the budget allocations to NABARD. And while there is an agenda that the finance minister also put forth for NABARD, but what for NAFED, what is your sense on how do you see pulses on radar for that?
NABARD, you're talking about the formation of the FUs.
That's right. And the kind of allocations that we see and the procurements that you do, what is your sense on what is the next step forth on this?
Well, for procurement, Government of India has provided us ample funds. We have 39,000 crore credit line, which we await for the procurement.
Mr. Singh, also, how do you look at the current situation where we have seen various steps being taken by the government, a lot of back and forth when we look at policies, suspensions of futures, etc. Mr. Kant did put that point forth that everything needs to be worked together, whether it is the futures market or whether it is procurement or marketing or technology for that matter. Would you say that India is using all of this in a more synchronized way, or that is something that is still desired?
Well, in these 5 years, various decisions have been taken, which have been which has really helped the production grow, and the markets have also grown. So these policy decisions which have been taken, that has been taken in the interest of the price stabilization.
I just want to take a step back yet again and go on to what Mr. Kant said. And he said that a lot is still untapped in pulses. There's a lot of untapped potential that we see in pulses. We do keep talking about wheat and paddy all the time. And this is something that all of us have put a point on. Would you say that we need to do more in sense of pulses? Are there schemes that are being implemented as we talk?
Yes, I did speak right now. See, basically now we have to aim that how do we go from 25 million metric tons to 30 million metric tons. We have come up from the level of 16.8 million metric tons in 2015-16 when we had a crisis in hand. And now that we are 25 million metric tons, having reduced the import dependent also, the prices which we have seen both for the consumer and both for the farmer in these 5 years, that has given a comfortable level. But yes, when we aim that the consumption should increase, so consumption can increase only when you have a greater availability of the domestic pulse. So with the formation of 10,000 FPOs, the specific FPOs which are coming, where I see that the pulse producing FPOs would come with back support of the industry. That means the industries have to, the milling industry, which Mr. Kothari also spoke, it has to come up in the vicinity of the production centers. Right now, if we see the majority of the market surplus comes from 7-8 states of India. If we talk of the Eastern India, or if we talk of the Northern India, we have a huge potential where the crop diversification can happen, where those states can grow and be self-sufficient. So I see lots of potential in Eastern India and Northern India, where if we go for the crop diversification, the cultivation of the pulses will increase. Simultaneously, there would be a creation of a better infrastructure of storage, milling and distribution. Because if you just say, like if you're producing pigeon pea in Maharashtra and distribution in Bihar, so naturally the cost will increase. So we have to focus on that. And I was very happy to learn that recently government of Jharkhand has come out with a scheme where they are encouraging the setting up of the milling facilities in every pulse producing districts. So if these kind of initiatives are taken by the state authorities, government of India has provided the policy support, and you have the agri infrastructure support also. Then again, with the Ministry of Food Processing, you have the Sampada scheme. So from government of India side, there are a lot many schemes, there are a lot many investment opportunities coming. We need to tap those sources, and I hope that with the cooperatives and the FPOs coming, we will have those results showing up very soon.
While our dependency on FPOs and many of these representations seems to be increasing, but Mr. Singh, I've been talking to some of those FPOs, and they are more on paper, less on ground, and even the ones that are on ground need a lot of push there. They're not really apt or capable of doing a lot of work. Export is like a very far away thing right now. Would you say that a lot of hand-holding still needs to be done? There's a lot of work on ground, even with FPOs that we perhaps require.
I agree. A child grows to an adult. In fact, you have Mr. Yogesh Thorat in the speakers panel. He will share your experience, how we collaborated with each other in 2017. And I got their Maha FPC procure 67,000 metric tons, if I correctly recall, in 2017. And that was, in fact, Telangana FPOs, Andhra Pradesh FPOs, they came around. It will take time. It will take time. We just can't expect that in 1 year the whole thing would happen. But yes, hand-holding would be required, and we are there. We are there.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Singh, also just coming back to the main core here, and we've been talking about we've been applauding the fact also that the production has been increasing, not the productivity though, and consumption is something where the per capita consumption is still much on the lower side. And while clearly the buffer stock is being created, my small point, sir, is that how affordable, one, is the kind of procurement and MSP increases that we are doing, and two, while we are talking about PDS and the push to increase consumption, would you say that there is something that perhaps needs to be done out of the box, or maybe push the current schemes which much more vigor?
Manisha ji, if you just recall about three years back, how many states had the stock or had the willingness to come out with the special PDS? If you see the numbers, it will answer your question. And if I take you back in 2018-19, we released around 10.03 lakh metric tons from buffer and the PSS under the discounted pulses scheme. 14 states came around and they came out with the schemes where they milled and they distributed. So the start has taken place, and in PMJKY, you had a huge distribution. So about 4 years back, we could never think that these kind of distribution could happen. And you'll be surprised to know that none of the stock which was distributed in these schemes was imported. It was all domestically produced. So I see a very clear silver lining, and in fact, I'm very, very optimistic that in years to come, the kind of dreams that you and me have of putting this very cheap, or I would say affordable pulses in the hands of the poor people, that would happen. But yes, the entire industry, the research institutions, the government institutions, policy, everything has to work. We have lots of potential. Say, like as Mr. Kothari spoke, if the diversification happens at the rate even of 10% conversion from the surplus rice and wheat to the pulses, I don't see that we would take many years to achieve that. It may happen in 3-4 years even.
We absolutely look forward to that, Mr. Singh, and we'll talk again clearly. While I have some more questions of mine, but we also have questions coming in from the audience, and I'd like to put one forth to you. This one is that, has NEFED tried to convince government to restart futures trading in agri-commodities and add tur, urad, peas and lentils for futures trading? In your speech, you have supported futures for better pricing. Mr. Kant as well said that. Are you supportive of that? Are we talking about that? Are we making representations in that sense?
Well, it's not in the NAFED's domain to do so. That's a policy which the government of India has to decide, ma'am.
Yeah, but what is your sense, Mr. Singh? I mean, these are open markets. Nowhere in the international markets have we ever seen futures being banned. Yes, there are margins, but there are more.
Do you have futures in Canada?
All right. But they're open.
That's a very, very market surplus country. Do you have futures in Canada? But so in fact, that's a call which the government has to make.
I get your point, sir. But this is something a lot of us have been talking about, and it's interesting sometimes to know on what people like you as well think about this. All right, Mr. Singh, a couple of more questions and then I'll let you go. You've been a real sport and thank you so much for that, sir. I also want to talk to you about the R&D part of it, and Mr. Kothari, Mr. Kant as well spoke about that, on how important it is for more research and development going forward. You touched upon that point as well. But you know, in this budget, we've seen allocations towards agriculture actually being cut down, even if marginally. Would you say that enough has been done, and is there enough money being allocated towards R&D?
You have Mr. Rajiv from ICRISAT. In fact, he would be the right person coming from Research Institute to answer that question of yours.
All right. Mr. Singh, thank you so much for joining us. I'll let you go at that. And thank you for being a sport yet again. You really did answer a lot of Moses' questions.
Thank you, Manisha.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on then and let's get in our next guest. And joining us now is Cindy Brown. She's co-owner and president of Chippervy Valley Bean and Diwan Limited. It's a family-owned agri-business that is known globally as the premier supplier of kidney beans, providing their customers with unparalleled quality, service, and food safety. Cindy has served as member of the Department of Agriculture, and she also is a member of American Pulse Association. In June 2019, Cindy was unanimously elected president of the Global Pulse Conference too. Cindy, hi, welcome to the webinar, and we look forward to your views.
I would first like to thank IPGA and the other esteemed guest speakers here today. It is truly an honor to share this virtual stage with so many knowledgeable people. I know we can all agree that the UN FAO's designation of 2016 as the International Year of Pulses was a historic moment. As well as providing vital awareness of the pulses sector, 6 years on, we can now see the effects this remarkable year has had on consumption levels and innovation in India. Despite IYP's global significance and success, 1 year alone could never be enough to make long-lasting progress towards tackling the myriad challenges our planet and its people are facing. Today, as I look back to that special year, It's clear that the role of World Pulses Day, now more than ever, is to turn the spark lit by IYP into a fully fledged blaze. February 10th, World Pulses Day reminds us year after year of two important things. First, the work we're doing is bringing about positive change. And second, that there's still so much work to be done. We must seize this annual opportunity to keep spreading the word about what we do and, more importantly, why we do it. In the pulses industry, which is gaining increasing significance at a very impressive pace, each year presents us with new, previously unimaginable opportunities, and of course the challenges that go along with it. Empathy and mutual understanding are key to success, which is why World Pulses Day is vital. The more we can get people to see what we're doing, why we do it, and how it can help them and their loved ones, as well as the entire planet, the more chance we have of achieving increased production and consumption of pulses. However, we're facing several challenges, and awareness alone is not enough to take them on. As much as we need the world to understand our mission, the need for action is increasingly urgent. We need action at all levels, from the individual consumer to the global associations, if we ever have any hope of leveraging the opportunities in pulses to achieve the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. The theme chosen for World Pulses Day 2022 is Pulses to Empower the Youth in Achieving Sustainable Agri-Food Systems. It goes without saying that the future of our planet is in the hands of the younger generations, who are becoming increasingly more aware of the urgent need to make our lifestyles more sustainable, largely as a consequence of initiatives such as IYP and WPD. Amazing work is already being done at the consumer level to provide knowledge about the importance of adopting a plant-based diet and consuming more pulses. However, there's work to be done when it comes to educating the leaders of future generations about the critical roles pulses play in constructing sustainable agri-food systems, particularly in India, in which agriculture plays such an important role in the livelihoods of many. This World Pulses Day, we hope to empower the youth who have at their fingertips the agriculture and food technology that will be the catalyst in unleashing the full potential of pulses, to drive the innovation necessary to achieve long-lasting positive effects and provide positive food security for the Indian population. Both within our industry and on a global scale, we have faced formidable challenges in this past year, as well as the COVID-19 pandemic raging on throughout 2021, causing a complex web of problems across all levels of humanity. We also saw some of our major pulse growing areas face extreme weather conditions, an issue which can be expected in agriculture, but has been made undeniably worse by climate change. Indian pulse growers are faced with everything from delayed monsoons to drought and disease this year alone. Malnutrition is becoming increasingly widespread across the Indian population. Reports and studies are predicting a future in which changing environmental conditions will continue to wreak havoc on food chains as a swelling population struggles to access protein-rich, nutritious, and affordable food. What we need is stability, and this is something that pulses can provide. It is critical that we optimize pulse production and improve global consumption levels so we can build a strong, stable foundation from which to move towards a future of food security for all. Pulses have for the last 2 years been reinforcing their role as a stable, sustainable food. During lockdowns, huge numbers of people across the world relied on pulses thanks to their long shelf life, accessible price, and high nutritional value. The Indian government, in particular GPC's esteemed partner NAFED, already plays a crucial role in maintaining food and nutritional security and farmers' incomes. But as we face inevitable environmental and nutritional challenges, it's vital that we all come together in support of their work. 90% of the world's pulses come from 100 million farmers who cultivate them on arid lands, giving them stability even when faced with erratic rains and droughts. Nowhere is this more true than in India. These farmers rely on pulse crops' nitrogen-fixing qualities and hardy resilience to provide them with a degree of economic stability and to keep their soil healthy. Furthermore, they can both eat and sell the pulses they produce, improving food security for themselves and their household and economic stability. The majority of Indian pulse producers are small farm holders, a segment that produces 1/3 of the world's food and yet is among the world's poorest populations. Small farm holders are most vulnerable to the effects of national and international policy changes, extreme weather events, and crises like the pandemic, and can greatly benefit from the stability and opportunities that would come with giving pulses a larger role in our agri-food systems. If you're here celebrating World Pulses Day, you're likely already well aware of the many economically, environmentally, and nutritionally beneficial outcomes of growing and consuming pulses. And yet huge numbers of the population are struggling with the challenges of climate change and food insecurity. These are the people towards whom we must direct the flow of opportunities in the pulses sector to bring about real and lasting change. Those who are most vulnerable must be provided with the knowledge and training that will allow them to reap the myriad benefits pulses have to offer. A list of benefits that is rapidly increasing as we continue to discover more ways to make pulses more resistant, nutritious, versatile, and delicious. But this is still not enough. There exists a sizable gap of knowledge and access that is limiting the Indian pulses sector enormous potential. The innovation in our sector is astounding and remarkable, and improvements to the ways we can both grow and consume pulses are happening every day. In 2022, growers have more opportunities than ever, whether that be to direct their raw materials towards an enormous range of value-added applications, or the ability to use adapted, modified seeds to grow better, more resilient crops. And so this World Pulses Day, we strive to encourage all persons, every community in our industry to grow and consume more pulses, close the knowledge gap, and ensure these fantastic opportunities are accessible to all. Empowering the youth is an essential step towards adapting the long-standing tradition of growing and consuming pulses to the challenges of the future. Spreading awareness across all levels of the industry, and indeed all generations, is our best bet if we want to create a future in which we can ensure that we meet the UN SDGs and achieve food security for all, no matter what challenges we face. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak to you today.
Cindy, thank you so much for that address. Well, yes, weather has been an uncertainty all the time, and pandemic just got added to that in the last couple of years. And your point on climate change is well taken. You also spoke about opportunities and the work that needs to be done by various stakeholders. We have taken note of that. Thank you so much for your time. Let's go across now to Robin Anderson, and she's an international expert in agriculture and food policies, working with a broad range of clients from farmers to food processors, research institutions to governments. Robin often represents organizations at the United Nations, bringing the voice of agriculture in multi-governmental processes. She coordinates private sector mechanism representing agribusinesses at the UN Committee on World Food Security and the Food Systems Summit. Her savviness at international diplomacy has brought innovative issues to prominence, such as role of women in farming, land tenure guidelines, responsible agriculture investment, and the importance of food waste and global sustainability. Robin, hi, take it away. We are keen on hearing your views.
Thank you so much. It's a great pleasure to be here for World Pulses Day and to be talking about this important issue of food security. The UN recently held a food system summit. Last time I was speaking to you, we were talking about the summit and how all the things that were happening with regard to it. And next slide. I think this might be last year's presentation. This is last year's presentation. So why don't I just talk a little bit about some of the things that happened at the World Food System Summit. Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, came to have the entire world's governments come together to talk about food systems. And by food systems, they mean not only the agricultural production, but also the processing, the way in which people can eat and access food is the whole of the food system. And that discussion was led by his special envoy, Dr. Agnes Kalibata. And during the course of last year, they had a special pre-summit in Rome, a full summit in New York and virtually, where there were almost 150 countries speaking, many of them right at their presidential level, talking about what needs to happen to the food system. And I think that we've seen a number of key moments that are really important for the pulse sector during that. Since my slides aren't up, Ilfiels, forgive me, I'll just slide on my glasses and read a couple of the things that happened. For one, there was an entire section of activity started under one of these special groups that they've got going called Coalition of Action that is specifically about trying to accelerate access to proteins, particularly diverse proteins. And in this, they really mean pulses. And this is a theme I'll touch on throughout the conversation, but really, India has had the diet that the world wants for many, many years. The role that pulses have traditionally played in your diet and the way that that's complemented by meat, but also gives good options in most cases to lead a vegetarian lifestyle or even a vegan lifestyle is a critical part of how food is evolving in other places as well. And this is something that the whole world intends to be looking at in the years ahead. A special coalition has been built out of the people who led all these different action tracks related to this food system summit. There were 5 of them. Their organizations, including the likes of the EAT Foundation and GAIN, the Global Alliance for Nutrition, are all going to be continuing to work together over the next 5 and 10 years to build out more activity in this area. And I think it's also important to see that we saw other NGOs, some like 50 by 40, taking the floor and saying specifically how important it is to do a plant-based approaches to protein. And it's not just NGOs, it was companies like Unilever standing up and saying they're going to invest upwards of $1 billion in their plant-based profiles, products, new lines of food produced at a highest level. And when you think about all of this activity that the UN was having, why are they so interested? Well, I think one important reason why they're interested is food inflation. The reality is that food inflation is affecting the whole globe. The Financial Times estimated total food inflation globally was broaching 40% over the past 2 years. The UN has pegged that the food prices in the world are the highest since 2011. And so it's really quite critical that we be looking at how are we going to supply food in a situation where food prices are going straight up. Last month, it was estimated that it would continue to be at least 1.5% global average growth in food prices. And all of you as traders can feel this and experience this. I'm going to suggest we just take down the slides because the things that I'm referencing include, we can just take down the slides. This is last year's presentation. The pulses would then actually be, are now being counted in total global trade. And you can see the pressure on the pulse sector, especially given the drought. I'm from Canada. We've had a significant drought. Cindy Brown was talking about drought. It's affected every part of the world in revolving ways or in extreme weather. But those changes only fuel the food inflation costs that we're facing, as well as supply chain disruptions. And just recently, I was I often enjoy Indian food. I love dal, and that's certainly a part of my eating culture. But I was in a restaurant here where I was looking at a hamburger that was $3 more expensive if you had the plant-based version. And that substitution was available, but it was available at a premium. So now that you have for thousands of years built up a food culture around pulses, you are faced with the reality that everyone else in the world wants to be India. They want to move to the kind of food you eat. They may be processing it into different products, sausages, faux fat hamburgers, but also vegetarian products that are of diverse nature, all made from pulses. And those processing opportunities are an opportunity for India, but they are also part of a reality of growing demand on pulses that will continue to mean that there is pressure on the pulse sector in the next coming years as more and more people flood into this space, as demand and tastes grow, and as food inflation increases the price of meat, so too it will affect pulses. But the last thing I want to point out to you in particular is that one of the reasons for this is nutrition. And I think quite often it's when you're looking at feeding 1.3 billion people in a country as big as India, it's easy to think about just total calories. But people need much more than that for food. And really, we see more and more emphasis on the total package of good, healthy living and diet. And I think pulses in particular play a critical role in that within your country. In particular, we know that pulses are very high in protein. First and foremost, it's a great solution to increase protein availability rather than simple carbohydrates in a diet. They're also high in fiber, in zinc, in folate, in magnesium, and iron. And this broad range of amino acids that they have that help to provide protein to the body have other positive effects as well. Increasingly, we're seeing strong evidence that a healthy pulse leads to a healthy gut, a healthy stomach. The microbiome that supports your consumption of food is really made more robust, more diverse by consuming pulses. And thinking about gut health increasingly is understood to be a way to understand food security and insecurity, and in particular malnutrition. If people don't have a good gut health, if they've had diarrheal diseases or other influences that are affecting whether or not they're retaining their food and processing it and getting the nutrition out of it, pulses play a vital role in helping build back that gut health. And they're even beginning to look in some countries, particularly in Malawi, they're doing a number of projects to introduce pulses in the form of a soft porridge to young children to help recover and rebuild their gut health from quite an early age so that they are in a position to be healthy, growing adults. And I think in many ways for thousands of years, you've known that here in India. But in reality, the world is catching on, and your own food policies need to catch on that pulses have a vital role to play in the nutrition balance. So on this World Pulse Day, you have much to celebrate. The reality is the world wants to be India. They want the diet that you've had. They want the products that you've traditionally eaten. And they are coming around to your way of thought. Now the challenge for you is how you continue to supply your people those healthy foods. And pulses are such a vital part of it. There is no other place in the world where World Pulses Day is more exciting to be celebrating. So with that, I want to say thank you, India, for everything you do to make the pulse culture a part of the global food culture. Back to you, Manisha.
Robin, thank you so much. It was a pleasure listening to you, and you touched upon many points there. In the last few statements, you said that India food policy needs to catch on. If you were to suggest on what India really needs to work on, what would be those two more critical points?
Well, Thanks so much. I think one of the things Rajiv will be speaking about shortly, which is the continued breeding efforts to make sure that if there's growing demand for pulses, we need the seed and the breeding research and the agronomy research to allow us to continue to produce enough to meet demand. That's the first way to begin to better address food inflation and to look down the road a ways and be predictive about the impacts of growing demand. I think other than that, thinking about the total food basket in food intervention, so that it is important to see that rice and wheat are vital, but pulses are equally vital. All the dals and the related pulse crops are an essential part of that process. And that means probably the need for increased production and support within the country, but also the ability to bring it in with consistency from external actors. Because I think the simple reality is climate change is making trade more essential. You know, people talk about the trade disruptions during COVID, but the fact is trade in foodstuffs went up because it was so essential as different places were shutting down, or now after strange weather events that people have needed to be able to fill in, whether there's a drought in Canada or whether there's floods in Germany, cyclones in India. We need the ability to help each other feed ourselves properly and to feed ourselves with a full basket of nutritious food. So your government, your policies, your traders, and all the people on this call need to be involved in helping to make that a reality.
I also want to talk about another point that you mentioned, and that was the food inflation, and that has been high, whether it's about vegetable oils or sugar or pulses for that matter. And yes, it's at an 11-year, it's highest since 2011 right now. You know, when you talk about other non-agriculture commodities, where the production can be increased, weather is a problem there as well. But in this case, are you looking at many of these food prices now peaking out, or do you think weather or labor shortages or the kind of pent-up demand that we see in much of last year are some of the factors that could continue this year as well?
Well, I would love to be optimistic about this. I don't think we have to be completely pessimistic about it. But to be honest, I do think supplies are short in the system overall. And if we have everyone having a decent crop year again, I think we can overcome that and we'll see that system begin to even out. But food demand is not really, I think, increasingly that elastic. There's, you know, a pent-up demand. You can wait for your television set or your new computer or your new cell phone for the most part, but you can't really wait 6 months for your food to come along. So, but we do have to wait that long for it to grow. And so again, if weather is kind to us globally and we have most major actors firing on all cylinders and producing, I think we'll be fine. I do think if there are weather disruptions amongst any major producers, we can continue to see a very complex situation get more complex.
Robin, since you also work with, you coordinate with the agriculture and the government, you also work with, in sense of the private sector mechanism. When you look at India, and I'm assuming you look at India quite closely there, what is the sense that you get that the Indian agriculture sector in their conversations with governments need to push on?
Well, I think creating a consistent space for the food system to work. So consistency of policies, predictability of policies is absolutely critical. And this is something that isn't unique to India. This is an issue around the world. One of the first discussions when COVID broke out was, you know, are people going to put on export bans? What are the barriers to moving food to meet needs globally? And there's a lot of pressure for governments to avoid that. And I think there's pretty clear evidence that that when policies are imposed to create those restrictions, it creates insecurity in the country and in the whole of the market globally. And then that begins to get this inflation rolling. So India, I think, is only one of all countries who need to make sure that there is a consistent, predictable policy. And then I think investing in research, as I alluded to earlier, and I'm sure Rajiv will speak to, absolutely has to be critical. The gap that exists between pulses and other crops in terms of research investment is unconscionable. If you think about upwards of $1 billion, maybe now pushing towards $2 billion a year going into soybean research, and nothing similar going into pulses, the total pulse basket probably doesn't push past. Numbers are a little bit old, so let's guesstimate upwards of maybe 150 million a year going into all 11 pulse crop types. That gap is causing some of this imbalance. So making sure that money is going into the criticality of these seeds, particularly when we're seeing extreme weather and therefore needs for those seeds to be more resilient, couldn't be more important.
Clearly. Robin, I have one more question for you, and this is about the private-public model that you look into as well, and India has been trying to work around this, and last couple of years actually have been quite good because we've seen not so much of private funding, but a lot of new startups within the agri space. The agri-tech as a word seems to be really catching up. What's your sense on that?
Well, India is a logical place for precision agriculture and digital ag tech to be blossoming. India has a great technology sector and is a huge agricultural producer. So marrying those things is the only thing that makes sense. And I have the good fortune to work with some really great Indian companies that are doing things like apps that use local language to help smallholder farmers get agronomic and weather news in a way that helps them produce crops. I think diversifying the range of crops that people are producing can be supported. It's also precision agriculture about making sure agricultural inputs are used well, not overusing fertilizer, using the right blends of fertilizer, all the technology to allow us to produce food in the most efficient way and also take it down that value chain and deliver it in the most efficient way is a great investment in ag tech. And that may be a public-private investment, but the diversification of the actors in the agri-food sector is very clear. For a start, agri-food is a business, a food system that employs more than 1.5 billion people when you include the farmers involved. What other sector in the world talks about more than 1 billion people being involved in actually working it in a daily basis? So we are the heart and soul in agri-food about diversity of size of operation and production and engagement. But there are fresh winds, I sense, from a next generation that are looking about artisanal foods, that are looking at digital technologies, that are looking at food service provision in whole new ways after all the difficulty we've had with restaurants and food delivery and all these complications. And I think they're just coming at it with a new passion for health, for nutrition, and for service-mindedness that we've not ever had the opportunity to explore quite as much as we do right now with this fresh generation of people and technologies. So I think that's a really exciting thing to see, and no one's going to do it better than India.
All right, we really look forward to that. Robin, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your time. We do understand it's going to be really early in Canada right now, but thank you for being there.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you. Professor Rajiv Varshney is our next guest, and Rajiv, even as I introduced you, a lot of people actually have put my questions, they have forwarded my questions on to you. Let's introduce Rajiv then, and he's an agricultural research scientist specializing in genomics and molecular breeding with 20 plus years of service in developing countries in sub-Saharan Africa and various other countries, accelerated group improvement, and he's also Director, Center of Excellence in Genomics and Systems Biology at the International Crops Research Institute for the Semi-Arid Tropics. He's an honorary in 10 universities or institutes in Australia, China, Ghana, and India. And recently, he has accepted coveted positions such as Director, State Agricultural Biotechnology Center, Director, Center for Crop and Food Innovations, and International Chair in Agriculture and Food Security with Murdoch University, Australia. Wow, Rajiv, that is some resume to go by. But first, your views.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, Manisha, to you, and good morning, good evening, wherever you are. It's my pleasure and privilege to join this important seminar. And let me wish all of you happy World Pulses Day. And it was really great to hear Mr. Kothari, Mr. Kant, Mr. Singh, and just now Robin. I know Robin for a long time, so this was fantastic to hear you, Robin. And Manisha, as you asked, as you mentioned, probably we will see that how many questions I will be able to answer in my presentation. And if something is left, you can ask me later stage. So one of the key thing here, before I start to make this presentation, I think that we should really feel proud that India has come a long way. And now the latest production in 2021, as Mr. Kant also mentioned, we have 25.72 million metric ton, which is a great quantum, I will say there's a quantum leap in production of pulses. And India has reduced the import from about 5 to 6 million ton to now 2 to 3 million metric ton. So this is a great news. So I think we can congratulate agricultural science researcher, leadership from Indian Council of Agriculture Research, and also the policy makers from that Ministry of Agriculture, and of course, all the stakeholders, including the farming community, private sector, and all of them. So I think this is fantastic news. Now, going forward, all of us were talking about that in the case, if we would like to have enough nutrition and enough pulses to the Indian population, then by 2030, we need to have about 32 million metric ton pulses. Now, we have two possibilities that we can reach this goal. One is we go for the horizontal expansion, that we enhance the area. But in India, you have the limited land, and every crop we need to enhance. If we would start to enhance that area for every crop, I don't know that where we will be going. But the key thing is that if we would like to meet this demand, and as Robin also mentioned, I think that through research and development, we can enhance the crop productivity. In fact, in morning, I was in the other session where the Director General of Indian Council of Agriculture Research, Dr. Trilochan Mohapatra, he also called and he encouraged, inspired the scientists to enhance the crop productivity in pulses. So in this presentation, I will be talking some of those areas that how we can enhance this crop productivity by using the genomics and breeding innovations. Next, please. So yes, so my best wishes and greetings to all of you World Pulses Day. And this is fantastic that we are celebrating here. Next, please. Yeah, so if when you would like to say from the research perspective, then what we are doing basically that we are engaged in the crop improvement. And when you talk the crop improvement, the crop breeding together with other various disciplines, including crop physiology, pathology, entomology, biotechnology. So all of them, they work together, and we have been developing the better varieties with higher resistance to the diseases, higher resilience to the environmental stresses, with enhanced crop productivity, with enhanced pest resistance. And nowadays, nutrition is very key component. So we are working nowadays to enhance the nutrition elements as well. And while doing this thing, we need to ensure the environmental sustainability. So traditionally, breeders have been doing a good job, but until recently, we did not have much advances in the crop productivity. But during last 6-7 years, with the consolidated efforts of the scientists, I think in many crops, many pulse crops, scientists have been able to enhance the crop productivity. But when you are talking about the 32 million metric ton by 2030, it's really important that we need to enhance this crop productivity further. Next, please. And in this regard, and I will be talking something about the modern science, and this is a little bit technical, so we'll not go in the details, but I think that nowadays, and as Robin mentioned and other colleagues mentioned, when we are talking about the climate change, we need to have the varieties which are more tolerant to drought, heat, etc. Now, how to develop them? For that, we can use the modern genomics innovations. How? First, we need to identify the genes which confer tolerance to heat and drought and other stresses. And for that, we can use the genome sequencing approach. In our opinion, we need to have the reference genome for any crop if we would like to implement or integrate these new innovations. Good news is, for majority of the pulses crops, we already got the reference genomes. In some pulses crop, we still don't have, but this is coming up very soon. Now, the next thing is that scientists, either through gene bank or through the breeding program, they got the variety of germplasm collections. So what we need to do now, that we need to use the germplasm on one hand for sequencing and genotyping, so that we can we can understand, we can go to the gene level. In parallel, we need to phenotype them for those traits in which we are interested, like drought and heat. And then we combine these things together and we can identify genes and haplotypes for proper. Next, please. And while doing this thing, I would be very happy to mention that from ICRISAT, we have delivered the genome sequence for several crops. When I say ICRISAT and ICRISAT partners. So we led the genome sequencing efforts in the case of pigeon pea, chickpea, and also we collaborated with many Chinese collaborators and Korean collaborators to sequence the genomes of mung bean, azuki bean, pea, and also collaborated with some American groups to deliver the genome sequences of the soybean. So I think that for majority of the pulses crops, we got the reference genomes. Next, please. And then with the question is whether having one genome is enough. No, this is not correct, because if you have only one genome, you will be able to have only the genes present in that particular accession or variety. If you would like to understand the genetic variation, this is really important that we need to sequence more genomes. In this direction, we have sequenced 300 pigeon pea lines, 430 chickpea lines, and then we also did the phenotyping for those breeding related traits, agronomy related traits, yield related traits under drought and heat stress. And then we were able to identify some genes associated with those different traits. Next, please. And in this direction, I think that one of the key things what we have achieved, that we have sequenced, and I think this was the world's largest plant genome sequencing project, which we completed last year in November, and this was published in Nature, where we have cataloged the genetic variations in 3,366 chickpea lines. And this paper really created a lot of momentum and really good. This was highlighted by 60 different media articles, including by the New York Times, the Economist, and I was very happy to be interviewed for them. And the purpose of this discussion was that we wanted to create the awareness, which is very much required, especially from the perspective of enhancing the research investment, because as we were talking earlier, unfortunately, in these pulses crops, we do not have much research investment. If you talk soybean, so soybean alone research investment into billions of the dollar. And if you put all these 11 pulses crops together, then also they are not reaching to that level. And because of all these reasons, there was not much research investment, and as a result, scientists could not deliver what they were expected to deliver. So I think this is really very important, that we need to create this awareness that how important the science and research and investment is. Otherwise, majority of time nowadays in every country government, research foundation, they always talk about the delivery, which is good. But at the same time, we should also think about the research investment as well. Anyway, next, please. So what we did that we used these 3,000 chickpea lines. And then I will not go in the technical details, but would like to mention that by using these new generation analysis methods or so, we have developed the chickpea pangenome. Pangenome means now we know all possible genes present in the chickpea gene pool. Next, please. And while doing this thing, we have identified several interesting genes which may be associated, which may provide more resistance to the biotic stresses or abiotic stresses. Now, the other thing is that in this study, what we did that we have also identified, so generally what plant breeders have been doing, they are always interested or they are always after the good genes, and they would like to try to accumulate the good genes. In this study, we found that not only good genes, but bad genes are also important. In each variety, you will be having good genes, but some bad genes as well. So now our hypothesis is that if you can reduce those bad genes, then also you can enhance the crop performance. So our approach is work in both directions, that accumulate good genes and also reduce the bad genes, or we call them deleterious alleles, etc. So this was another important thing, and we need to think from this perspective. Next, please. And while doing this thing, what other thing we did that we have done the phenotyping of these 3,000 chickpea lines at 6 different locations in India and 4 or 5 states for 2 different years, and we collected the data for the different agronomy traits. Next, please. And then once we had the sequencing data, we had the phenotyping data, then we put these things together. And while doing these things, we have also identified the genes and haplotypes which are present in these chickpea lines. And we found several interesting lines which are having high haplotypes for higher yield. And we were very honored when Honorable Prime Minister Modi, he was visiting ICRISAT to celebrate or to kickstart the 50th Foundation Day. he had an opportunity to visit those plots, and he also tasted some of those chickpeas. So it's really good to see Honorable Prime Minister in the chickpea field. But anyway, so what I wanted to mention that we have identified several lines which are having really good haplotypes which are not present in the elite varieties, and they can be integrated. And by doing these things, we can enhance the crop productivity further. Next, please. And not only the haplotype, and this is the next, please. Yeah. And so by doing these things, we have been able to map 20 to 50 traits related to the different stresses like drought, heat, salinity, Fijian wilt. Same thing in the case of pigeon pea. In pigeon pea, we are also working on the hybrid crop. So I think that related, so some traits related to the hybrid pigeon pea also. So we have mapped those things. And next, please. So once you got these genes, then after that, what we do, that we need to translate this genome information in the varietal development. So we would like to take the research from lab to land, or we can say plates to the plots. And in this aspect, in the translational research, next please, what we have been doing, that we have been using this genomics assisted breeding approaches. And while doing these things, we have developed the pre-breeding lines in several genetic background. And then we are having in each country very rigorous testing pipelines. So for instance, while going through these testing pipelines, then those government, they release the varieties. And we are very excited to share that by using the genomic information, there already has been released seven chickpea varieties, including in Ethiopia for drought tolerance. And then in collaboration with IRI, this variety called Pusa chickpea 10216, and then also for Fijian wilt resistance in collaboration with IRI, Pusa Manav, and in collaboration with University of Agriculture Sciences, Raichur, this is called Super Nigri. So these varieties, they have been released through the genomic innovations, and they are having higher yield as compared to the traditional varieties. Next, please. And these were released in 2019, 2020, and last year also in 2021, 3 more varieties through the genomic innovations were released in collaboration with Indian Institute of Pulses Research, Indian Institute of Agriculture Research Institute. Next, please. And we are also very much privileged to share that Honorable Prime Minister Modi, last year when he was dedicating a set of the 35 varieties to the nation, then in that set, we also had 2 of these varieties. So I think this really gives a lot of satisfaction when your work is being recognized at the highest level. But now next, please. So, but what we need to do, that we need to take, and the similar kind of thing we have done in the case of pigeon pea, for instance, where we are having these varieties in collaboration with University of Agriculture Sciences, Raichur. So this is good. Next, please. And now we need to go to the next level, and we have given the concept of the fast forward breeding framework. And we believe that in the current scenario, that the variety which we needed, so basically to address the issue of drought, heat, climate change, etc., we need to make our breeding process faster. I will not go in the technical details, but we are having the possibility now that for having the haplotype based breeding, genomic prediction, optimal contribution selection, genome editing, so all these approaches can be used. And these approaches can be combined together with the speed breeding, and then we can have varieties in much more faster manner. So I think that this is the way that we need to go ahead. Next, please. And in this direction, so this was that through the fast forward breeding, we can deliver the varieties. And now, next thing is, and I'm very happy to see Dr. S.K. Malhotra sir also here, who is Agriculture Commissioner. We have been collaborating with him and with his ministry a lot in the different projects. And one of the key things which he also highlights, and Secretary Mr. Sanjay Agrawal sir also talks. So this is good that we got these high yielding varieties. But the next point is that how they should be reaching to the farmers. So I think there is a need for making the delivery system also rapid, and we call it rapid delivery system. And here in this cycle, you can see that once you got the elite varieties, then we need to strengthen the seed delivery system so that farmers can have these varieties in the real time. So at least, so we should not be having the older varieties than more than 5 years or so. We need to work in this direction. Fortunately, through that programs like Seed Hub of Department of Agriculture and Cooperation or so, in last few years, this has been improved a lot. And now we have done a really great job, the faster varietal replacement rate, but this needs to be continued. This needs to be improved further. Next thing is that when farmers receive these varieties, they need to be provide the information about the better agronomy, because if you would like to realize the full potential of genetics and breeding, it's really required that you need to have the agronomic practices. And for that, digital agriculture, digital decision support tools through the mobile technology can be helpful. Next thing is that when we are having these higher produce in the farmer's field, we need to ensure that we need to have minimum post-harvest loss. And also farmers need to be connected to the market so that not only that higher produce, farmers can also generate or they can have more revenues as well. And now we also can think about the value addition. And if we can put these things, the whole value chain, then not only that we can enhance that production or income for the farmers, but we can also help the consumer. So I think that this is really very important. So what I wanted to mention, we need to work in both direction, fast forward breeding system and also rapid delivery system. Next, please. And we have used some of these approaches in some of our big projects. And I would like to highlight very quickly that we were leading one big project which ran for about 13 years from Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation with $67 million in funding. And in this project, we had 13 countries from Africa, 2 countries from Asia like India and Bangladesh. And this project ran for 13 years. I had a privilege to lead this project as principal investigator for 7 years. And in collaboration with 2 CGR centers, CIAT and IITA, ICRIS provided the leadership, and as a result of this hard work of large number of partners for many years, this project was successful to deliver 266 improved varieties for 6 legumes, including chickpea, pigeon pea, cowpea, common bean, and also the soybean. Also, this was a little bit soybean and groundnut as well. 500,000 ton seeds and 6.1 million ton grain was produced. But one of the most important thing what we did, we wanted to ensure the stronger seed delivery platform so that they are having the sustainability. And all these lessons were also documented in the form of the books or publication, etc. Next, please. And we are very much excited to share that this project really made the impact on the ground, and this touched the lives of 25 million farmers. And there was some data from the economists that how much project has helped. And for this impact, ICRI said my organization got that Africa Food Prize for the contribution in this direction. So what I wanted to say that if you are having really good research investment, etc., you can make the difference. You can make the difference not only in the production, but also in the lives of the smallholder farmers, especially in the context of pulses. And we know that for pulses growers, majority of time, they are the smallholder farmers in the developing countries. Next, please. So in the last, I think I would like to mention, and again, as I said, so it's always great to see Honorable Prime Minister in the chickpea field. And now I would like to summarize that basically we believe that genomics and breeding innovations together with other disciplines are key for accelerating crop improvement. Fast forward breeding, they can create and incorporate superior genes or haplotypes in crop improvement. But at the same time, we should also have the emphasis on the rapid delivery system, which needs to be established in many countries. This is not there, but country like India, it's there, very much there. We can strengthen further for ensuring that delivering improved varieties, better agronomic practices, and also mechanization also required. I did not touch this point here, but now in the country like India, we need to think, and we are already coming up now with many mechanical harvestable chickpea varieties or so. The last thing I would like to mention that farmers' access to better markets, value addition, and food processing is really required, and then we can help them to generate more income and deliver better products to consumer. In the end, I would like to say that if we would like to realize all these things, I think it's really important that we need to have the collaboration, coordination between the international, national, and local government agencies. And I think that research investment, again and again, I cannot agree further. As Robin mentioned, other people mentioned that research investment is also very much required. So with these words, thank you very much. Next, please. Yes, that's my thanking slide. Thank you very much. Back to you, Manisha.
Rajiv, thank you so much for that. And that was a lot of detailing, by the way, and almost like a crash course on genomics. But I get your point that good seed leads to good crop. And we really applaud the kind of work that you're doing. And congratulations, as you said, 50 years of victory sat and the PM visited you in those fields. It must have been an experience, I'm sure. And yes, I do have questions for you. But before that, we have Dr. S. K. Malhotra amidst us now. Thank you, sir, so much for joining us. And Dr. S. K. Malhotra is Agriculture Commissioner in the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. He has almost over 30 years of experience as a scientist and techno-administrator in National Agriculture Research System. Dr. Malhotra is currently providing leadership in agriculture policy planning, program development, and administration of mission programs such as National Food Security Mission. Dr. Malhotra, we've been waiting for you for some time, sir, and we keenly await your address. Over to you.
Well, thank you so much, Manisha ji. First of all, I convey my thanks to India Pulses and Grain Association for inviting me to share my views with you all. And I'm really very happy to see my friend Rajiv Varshne and his presentation just it was going on. So I could see many of the dignitaries are present here. I'm really happy to be here with you all on this occasion. And you might have discussed the importance of pulses. I'm not going to speak about that because everybody knows that these are the alternate crops for meeting the this protein deficiency and all other things which will be met through this through the use of this I mean pulses crops pulses in our diet. So I remember it was the year 2015 when Honorable Prime Minister he made an announcement and he gave a statement that pulses production in the country is very low, and I urge that farmers, if they have 5 acres of land, and out of this 5 acre, at least 1 acre they should put for cultivation of the pulses. So this was his statement he called upon, and the farmers they became active, and then again one instruction came to our department also that we need to have a kind of roadmap in the country. So then a roadmap was prepared, and that roadmap was implemented under the National Food Security Mission program, where Dr. Rajiv was also the party to it, and he handled several important programs. We gave them, I mean, he presented some proposals, and those proposals were accepted because we wanted some immediate solution to those problems. So Dr. Rajiv contribution is also great in that area. I would like to mention here. So at the outset, I would like to mention that what was the government emphasis? The government emphasis was that here we need to follow the multi-pronged strategy for agriculture development as well as for pulses in particular, I should mention. Because it was the year 2014-15, then 15-16 also I should say, if I take the year 15-16 as a base, because our program started from 2016 onward. So at that time, our yield levels were very low. It was, I mean, total production, it was 16.2 million ton of the pulses were produced at that time. And our requirement was 25 million ton. And then we made a roadmap that how we can increase our production, how we can increase our productivity. Then both of the routes were followed. One was area-led growth, then productivity-led growth. So productivity-led growth we want to achieve. That was our major focus, and that could only be achieved through introduction of the new varieties and then further producing and mass production of the seed of high yielding varieties, of the new varieties, I should say. Rajiv also mentioned in his presentation that new varieties which are high yielding in nature, and if they are possessing some specialty characters, special attributes, particularly for this resistance and tolerance to the drought and others, because pulses are mostly cultivated under the rain-fed conditions. So that plan was made, and after thorough discussion with the international agencies, national agencies, our National Agriculture Research System also we discussed, and then we discussed with the different states, and then finally we made a roadmap, and that roadmap was implemented under the National Food Security Mission program, where our focus was mainly on for area expansion. Some new areas were identified, a mapping was done that these are the suitable pockets on the basis of the crop suitability index. We identified those areas, and in those areas we again put our all efforts through our National Food Security Mission program, and we followed the cluster approach, where the good quality seeds were made available to the farmers, and cluster demonstrations were conducted, frontline demonstrations were conducted on the new varieties which were developed by our research system, and then large scale adoption occurred, and then our yield also rose to very high level, and then our production also went to 25 million ton, from 16 million ton to 25 million ton. So we were importing about 6 to 7 million ton every year. So then our production, when it rose to this level, our import, it also reduced. And now we are even exporting some organic pulses to few of the countries. So this is a kind of scenario now which is emerging. And but what kind of strategy was followed? Just I would like to share with you that what we did, that here how we can grow the crops, how we can utilize the moisture, residual moisture particularly for growing these pulses. That was our focus, where machineries were introduced and a submission for use of machinery in agriculture. That mission was started, and under that mission, support was provided to the farmers. And second, our focus was on rice fallow area. So after harvesting of the rice, there was a lot of fallow area was existing. It's about 11.7 million hectare area. It was a rice fallow. So rice fallow area was utilized, and we made a plan, and 6 eastern states were included into it, and all these 6 eastern states were asked to implement this plan, and this plan was implemented, and 1 million ton extra production came from this sector only. And then the second intervention which we introduced, it was intercropping. So there are many crops where there are chances that we can increase the area through introduction of these pulses crop in between the rows of sugarcane, tomato, soybean, cotton. These all are the crops where intercropping system was introduced and pulses were introduced into it. And then summer pulses was another area I would like to mention here. So we started a special program, new program for summer crops, and pulses was in focus. And this program was started in Punjab, Haryana, Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, and then growing pigeon pea on bunds. There are several areas where even bunds were not being utilized. So we allowed to utilize that area by growing this pigeon pea crop, because pigeon pea it suits for its cultivation on the bunds. So this way our area increased, and we did not disturb our own ecology, and even we do not disturb our own landscape for production of these agriculture crops, because these all are the crops which compete with each other. They compete with the millet crops, they compete with the oil seeds also. So this way intercropping mode was adopted, rice fallow mode was adopted, and bund system and summer crop area was adopted, so that our food security should not come to the threat, because there are several other crops where cereals are also to be grown. But emphasis was that if farmer he shifts to the pulses crops, definitely he will get a kind of boost. And then we started, government also started doing some little procurement. That was the first year when the procurement system was also introduced into it. And few other interventions which we used, this was a seed replacement ratio was increased. When I speak about the word seed replacement ratio, it means introduction of the new varieties and making available the good quality seeds, so that farmer can frequently change it, and old seeds, because otherwise farmers what they usually do, that once they purchase the seed, then continuously for 3-4 years they will use the same seed after multiplication. So they need to change the seed after every 2 years or so. So seed replacement ratio was required to be increased. So that ratio also increased, and then later on varietal replacement ratio also, because there were several old varieties which were very, I should say, susceptible to several diseases and pests, and new varieties we wanted that they should come into adoption, and new varieties were introduced in that area, and this way our production level increased. Then protected cultivation was also done. I mean that crop protection and crop post harvest management strategies were also adopted, so that we can save the crop from the damage from insect pests and diseases. And integrated pest management strategy, integrated disease management strategy was adopted for that purpose. And I remember when I was in Switzerland at that time, when this World Pulses Day was declared after International Year for Pulses. International Year for Pulses was celebrated in the year 2016. And it was the month of February 2017 when I was there in Switzerland to attend one meeting, United Nations ECE meeting was attended by me, and I chaired one session for this potato. Potato guidelines were made, potato standards were formulated at that time. So then this 10th February was declared as a World Pulses Day. So today we are also celebrating this day here. So I give my compliments to the IPGA for the good initiative for bringing all the people together at this platform where we are now discussing for promotion of this, pulses crops, and here pulses need to receive the focus so that we can contribute better for meeting the demand of protein for our vegetarian people, most of them I would like to mention here. So these are the few points just I wanted to share with you all, and the next point will be now next year 2023 will be observed as International Year for Millets. So that is and India is going to take the lead in that scenario. So already preparedness is on from the government side, and core committee has been constituted. So these all are the few new initiatives where we are now introducing some new things. Drone technology that we have come out with a kind of recommendations. Some SOP has been made, and green chemistries are now being adopted, and biopesticides, biofertilizers. These are in focus these days, so that we can produce safe produce could be made available to the people. So with these words, I stop here, and I convey my congratulations to IPGA for a good initiative which they have done, and they have given me a chance to share my views also. Thank you so much. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, Dr. Malhotra. It's a proud privilege to have you join us and give us a very insightful views on the sector. And we also wish you a very, very happy World Pulses Day. Can you hear me? So Manisha had to step out, and I'm stepping in for her for a few minutes. We have some questions for Dr. Malhotra. Sir, thank you for joining us, as I said. And the question from the trade, and the most prevalent question for you, is the policy for FY 22-23. The ask from the international trade is to have a consistent policy so that the farmers and the trade can work together in in their requirements, in the plantation, in the harvest. There's a consistent effort taken by the trade also, and they wanted your views on this. So if you could kindly answer this question.
Yeah. So in fact, targets have been already set, and about 30 million ton of the pulses are required to be produced. This is a target which we have fixed. And last year, 2020-2021, the production achieved was 25.7 million ton. So this time we are having a high target which is available with us, and what we are expecting, because our assessments are now coming, and first estimate, second estimate has been already released, and second estimate is also, we are getting the good and encouraging results that we may achieve 26 million ton of pulses. This much level of production will increase, but again we have different sectors, different areas where particularly this chickpea is going to play the major role, because chickpea has its a major share in the total production, and then followed by this pigeon pea, and then we have black gram and green gram. These all are the crops which are very important. And our strategy is that production should come from new areas. So that's why during the Rabi workshop, we discussed about the about gram, I mean Bengal gram, chana, and then during Kharif season, we have already made a plan for Kharif, because during Kharif season, other crops are also grown, where we are going to give more emphasis on this, I mean, green gram as well as black gram. These are the two crops that they will receive the focus during that. So our another focal areas are lentil. Lentil during Rabi season, we have put focus, and then on yellow pea. Yellow pea also we want to increase the area. These are the new crops, because we want to reduce the import, because import is happening for lentil, green pea. These are the crops, and we want that our own capacity increases so that we can reduce the import. So this is the, I mean, focus during this Kharif workshop, Rabi workshop. We have set the target for the state.
Thank you, sir. So the other question is on value addition and other initiatives to promote the competitiveness of pulses in India. Secondly, when we talk about the Prime Minister's vision of doubling farmers' income, which are the new areas that we can look at the opportunities? We also have a panel in the next session on plant-based protein. And today being World Pulses Day, we are creating the awareness of increasing consumption of pulses. Also, pulses being the most sustainable crop in the world. Is the government taking any initiative, and IPGA as a apex body would like to, of course, work with the government on these areas, whether it's pea-based protein, whether it is value-added products, because we believe that to fulfill the gap, there are new opportunities that are emerging, and if we can work strongly together towards it. Your views on this, sir?
Yeah. So here I would like to mention about this value addition in for pulses crops. There are only two areas, because that's the mandate of Government of India, Ministry of Agriculture in particular. So if one is primary processing, because farmers, they do not get much price. Sometimes this happens. So to give more price to them, we are encouraging farmers that they should do primary processing at their farm level, so that they can do a kind of grading and cleaning, and then some dust, etc. All these particles are required to be removed, and shriveled seeds are required to be removed. And second point relates to mini dal mills. We have introduced a new program we have started, where we in our guideline we have made some modifications, because our inclination and our emphasis is that farmer, they should get more income. How they will get income, and the value addition is one of the area. And here mini dal mill concept has been brought into, because our farmers, 86% of the farmers are small and marginal, and if they do milling at their own level, at home level, definitely they are going to add value into it. So these mini dal mills are now being promoted, and a kind of amendment has been made in the guideline, and the farmers, they are now demanding for these dal mills. This is the concept. And then apart from this, there are several other food products where it's a great demand, and this pulses crop in particular shall get the boost if some value added products they are traded.
So one more suggestion that, if I may humbly put forward on behalf of the body, the trade and association, and we had made this suggestion even when we had a discussion earlier, is to bring pulses under the PDS, the public distribution system, which would help in increasing consumption and also aid in increasing plantation to address various issues. Also, if we have it through the PDS, then of course the outreach will be far more. Your thoughts on this, sir?
Yeah, public distribution system, in fact, primarily it has its focus only on cereal crops. And recently, few states, Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, and Telangana, these are the few states where in the PDS system, pulses have also been included. And since agriculture is the state issue, so states, they can take the decision, and some provision has been kept there, and PM Asha scheme has been started where states, they can procure. Otherwise, there is a government policy that out of the total production, 25% they can procure, and further keeping in view the demand for their public distribution system, because country needs to ensure the food security, because India has already enacted the food security bill. So it has become compulsory now that that states, they need to procure for their public distribution system. So within that 25% capping, they can accommodate, and if they want to reduce some, in some states, rice or wheat, and then pulses could be accommodated, then states have the freedom, and states needs to take the decision for more procurement of the pulses for their public distribution system.
Sir, we have Manisha back, and she has a lot of questions for you. As before I hand it over to her, there's one question from the audience, which is basically asking, we are not getting figures of tour crops, and per market sources, the crop seems to be around 3 million metric tons. Please advise if you can, give some insight into this.
Yeah, sometimes it has come to our notice that our figures are not matching with the industry or trade, I should say, and there is a difference between their own figures, because they have their own way of collecting the data. They collect the data from several mandis and others. We also consider that information, but our major criteria for assessment of the production is through coverage of the area under the different crops, and then further through crop cutting experiments. Yield levels are assessed in the different states, and then that yield level whatsoever is coming through crop cutting experiments, that is used as a factor, and it is multiplied with the area coverage. Then we arrive at that figure. And trade, sometimes they have their own way of assessment, and sometimes it may it may match, or sometimes it may not, because both have their different procedure. We have econometric model, so we follow the econometric model. On the basis of econometric model, we only assess the total production. So this mismatch, I think this happens.
Thank you, sir. Over to Manisha.
Thank you, Sonia. You were doing quite well, by the way. But I have a follow-through question on what she just asked, and this is about the crop yet again. So, what we talk about crop to begin with and where we end, there is mostly a gap there. And the meme going around in the circles is that we still have to wait for the USDA to come and tell us on what our crops look like. It's not just in pulses and various other crops as well. With so much conversation about technology on crop assessment, etc., do you think we will bridge that gap soon?
Well. So here, yeah, because we are totally dependent on states, and states, they give the area coverage information, and on the basis of that only we do that. And sometimes it is done on the eye estimates, and then finally sometimes accuracy is not of that level as we expect. But now shortly we have started a program, we call it PULSES. So this is a PULSES program where satellite based system will be used for assessment of the area coverage, and this will give us a clear picture. Already piloting has been done, and that pilot experiment has been successful. And once it is implemented throughout the country, I think we will be in a position to get the exact figures. I think in the coming days we will be in a position to do that.
So I don't know why we're looking at Robin when you're talking, but I think somebody needs to change that. So the other thing really is about the infrastructure that we are looking for in the pulses sector. There's a huge requirement for that, and various speakers before you also have spoken on this. Are we looking to develop that? Are we allocating? Is there a plan in place?
Manisha ji, will you please repeat again, because your noise was distorting in between and I could not get your point. Will you please repeat again?
Absolutely, sir. Sure. I was asking you about the infrastructure, help in for the pulses sector. We do understand that this has been a requirement for some time. I was asking you if there's a plan in place for that, and I know a lot of representations
Right,
have
right.
been made by the association for this.
I got your point. I got your point. So from the infrastructure point of view, to my understanding, there are 2-3 areas where infrastructure build-up is very necessary. Our productivity, I mean yield. Whenever I use the word productivity, it means yield. Our yield levels are low. Why it's low? Because our most of the cultivation for pulses is happening under the rain-fed ecosystem. Sometimes whenever there is a dry spell in between the two rains, that affects the total yield. So we want to increase the irrigation efficiency. So irrigation infrastructure is required to be created. So from that point of view, water conservation technologies, those are now being introduced, where construction of the water ponds so that water could be harvested into it. So this is one infrastructure. Another is micro irrigation systems. So micro irrigation systems are required to be established, and Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana has been already started, and under that program 13 million hectare area has been covered, total 13 million ton for different crops, particularly mainly for horticulture crops. But we want that this micro irrigation system should also be used for pulses, and farmers, they have succeeded in utilizing this system for pigeon pea crop. So this infrastructure build up, that should take place for irrigation efficiency. Then second one is storage. So warehouse and storage facilities are required to be created. That's again an infrastructure need that has been felt, and we are encouraging that pulses should also get space where we have a good system for rice as well as for wheat. So pulses should also be stored, and but we need to have some special kind of requirements of their temperature as well as other things. So that system is, that infrastructure facilities for storage is still lacking in the country. So another aspect, I think these are the three major points. These are the three areas where infrastructure build-up is needed.
Sure. Sir, forgive me, and I ask for forgiveness even before I ask the question, but this is a debate that we've been having for some time on the channels as well about the suspensions of future trade. How would you see that? We've seen various studies being done to, tell us that it doesn't really impact the spot markets there, and this is a reference point on what could be coming out later. I've already been, by the way, scolded by Mr. Sunil Kumar Singh on this question, so I'm putting it very clearly to you.
Yeah, you are right, because this point has been already discussed several times. I am not expert in the area of future trade. You can better guide here, but because since our focus has always been on increasing the production and productivity, so that has been our that's our main mandate under the National Food Security Mission program, and procurement that has also been started. But future trade, yes, future trade is happening. NCDX and then multi-commodity exchange, they are doing, and there is a better scope. I think you can better further, you can supplement my information. I am having a constant of knowledge about this future trade system.
Sir, I thank you for taking up the question. Thank you so much for your time as well. We really appreciate this, and we've been waiting for some time to hear to you, and it clearly has rewarded us. Thank you so much.
Well,
and moving on, we have the next speaker joining us as well. And this one is Mr. Yogesh Thorat, who is MD at Maha Farmer Producer Company Limited. He's a passionate agribusiness professional working in the area of community-led organizations based on principle of cooperation and mutual assistance. Mr. Thorat graduated from Manage, who's a Hyderabad, a premier agribusiness management school. He has core expertise in policy advocacy in the area of value chain development, agriculture marketing, among many others. Mr. Thorat, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, greetings of the World Pulses Day, and I'm going to share some field views regarding sustainable production of the pulses. Secondly, integrated processing of the pulses, and thirdly, regarding inclusive marketing of the pulses. So coming to the sustainable production, because see, pulses is basically crop of the smallholder farmers. So if we have to sustain the production of the pulses, then we need to think present challenges, because since last 3-4 years we are observing that lot of challenges are coming into the production system due to climate vagaries, because uneven rainfall, then again rainfall during the time of the post harvest management, water stress, because this is the drylands crop. So we need to translate our research into the field crop varieties, because already Professor Raju mentioned about genome sequencing and lot of modern technologies for the breeding program of the pulses. But definitely it is time taking process, though rapid translation of the research into the field, if it is happening, then I think we can ensure some sustainable production of the pulses. Secondly, on the research front, we had some challenges. We are just focusing on production productivity, but again, biofortification of the pulses and increasing the productivity of the pulses, these are the core challenges. Thirdly, in case of particularly seed production, because some farmer producer organizations and companies are associated with seed production program of the pulses to ensure quality seed to member farmers, but ultimately we are not able to get quality nucleus seed. So entire seed production program, we looking support from the research institutions, and some challenges are there. And if we are producing quality seeds, I think definitely we can bring changes at the field level. Already this is the natural farming of the pulses, and we all are aware that government of India is right now focusing on the natural farming. So in the context of the natural farming, to ensure the good income to the farmers through natural farming of the pulses, because by default it is the natural farming. So which schemes and program government of India is planning in upcoming days, that might be interesting point to see, and to ensure the sustainable production. So again, in case of some minor pulses, for example, in Maharashtra, commodities like green gram, it is becoming very minor right now. And the challenges, if we are observing, it is associated with the labor intensive cropping system of pulses like green gram. So what are the challenges, and how we are addressing the issues of mechanization into the production system? That might be one of the question next to entire audience and the panels. So I think these are few fundamental issues, and how we are diversifying crop diversification if we have to achieve the target set by expert around 30 million ton of the pulses. So definitely water intensive crops, is it scope and opportunity to diversify these crops? And if these solutions and strategic plans are coming from the various government schemes and programs, I think it might be the pathfinder for the sustainable production. Coming to the second point of integrated processing of the pulses. So now time has come to invest into the back end. So in case of the back end investment, we have to ensure primary processing at the field level. But again, when we are talking about the primary processing, then we need to invest into the infrastructure for the warehousing, infrastructure for the processing. And I think farmer producer organizations or companies, being association of the individual farmers, they cannot do independently investment into the sector. So how we can go in partnership mode for primary processing of the pulses, that might be one of the question for exploring various partnerships between farmer producer organizations through farmers and industry players, particularly who are engaged into the secondary processing and onwards. So into that investment, and we need to go beyond small scale technologies right now, because this is the time to scale up, and economies of scale and the feasibility of the technologies. So in that context, if entire integrated processing, if we are looking, I think that might be ensure and support sustainable production or inclusive marketing of the pulses. So in case of the inclusive marketing, so we all aware that, and even Amitabh Kanji, additional MD NAFED, SK Singh ji spoke about price support scheme and the price stabilization fund scheme program. So price support scheme is basically market interventions for giving good prices to the farmers, but ultimately entire procurement operations happening since last few years, they had disturbed private trade procurement channels also. So how likewise in case of the pulses, if we are ensuring a cordial relation between likewise in case of soybean, we are talking about private procurement and stockish scheme. So likewise, if we are introducing some schemes and programs wherein private players are ensuring some system into the procurement channels, which will be completely independent to the price support scheme. So I think that will give good supply chain management system for the private trade also. And in case of price stabilization fund, again, it is in the interest of the consumers, but again, procurement channel is directly from the farmers. So in that context, we need to focus on strengthening the entire infrastructure, and which is lacking right now, because price support scheme guidelines are talking about agri infrastructure or logistic infrastructure within the range of 50 kilometers from the procurement points, and unfortunately we are transporting commodities beyond the 50 kilometers. So again, these are the fundamental challenges for implementation of the scheme. And again, what next if production goes beyond or the limit of the 25% cap limit for procurement operations under price support scheme. And again, few views on future trading. Future trading answers right now, again, it is again a debatable question, because in one of the question, the question of paper FPOs and the FPOs who are actually working in the field. So likewise, future trade is again paper trade versus physical trade. So we need to explore the mechanism to promote the physical trade through future trading platform. Yeah, definitely that might be the standard mechanism of the future trade, but we need to evolve and engage more stakeholders into the entire ecosystem. So ultimately, coming to my concluding remarks, so what should be the pulse of agribusiness of the pulses? So for ensuring integrated value chain development of the pulses, we need to have robust technological framework. A lot of startup ecosystem is talking about AI and traceability and connecting the farmers through entire technological platform. So on that front, we need to invest into the technology, and this budget also focused on some drones and lot of technological solutions. I think it will boost up somewhat sustainability of pulses sector. And secondly, institutional framework for the entire ecosystem stakeholders. Yes, FPOs are in infancy stage, but right now it is 1 decade. So FPOs are 1 decade old story. And in case of the success of the FPOs, I'm completely optimistic and practical in case of the role of the FPOs, because we realize that we started the interventions into the pulses since 2017, and till date we handled around 2 lakh metric ton of the pulses. And right now we are observing gradual increase of the pulses and income enhancement of the pulses growers through some interventions. So I think on that front, again, role of the farmers, role of the farmer producer organizations, then industry players, startups, and again ultimately policy workers and policy frame that need to very clear. And ultimately this entire machinery can run with the help of robust investment into the sector. So I think technology, institutional framework, and investment are again these are the market driven relevant forces which can ensure the sustainability of the entire value chain of the pulses. Thank you.
Mr. Swarat, thank you so much for talking to us. And as you mentioned, when you talk about institutional support, when you talk about investments there, you spoke about also marketing, scaling up, integration, and a very valid point that you put across was processing very close to the farms. This is something that conversation has been on as well. So when you talk about partnership with industry, when you talk about a whole host of these things, where would you say that we rank right now on all of these boxes?
Yeah, in case of, because the crux is associated with ecosystem development. Right now, ecosystem, we are working in silos. Earlier, we were talking about individual farmers. Right now, we are shifting our focus from individual to institutions. That means farmer producer organizations. So if farmer producer organizations are handling the production side, then again, industry is working in silo. So industry need to collaborate and partner with the farmer producer organizations. And thirdly, about the access to the markets. So access to the markets, again, it will be divided into two parts. That means market access through government schemes and programs, and again, market support from the trade, particularly pulses trade. So I think if we are bridging the gap, and if I think IPGA is one of the platform working in that direction, bringing all stakeholders at the common place. So I think this integration between the stakeholders is the missing link right now.
Okay. So as I said, if you had to rank on where we are right now, where would you put it on a scale to 1 to 10?
Please repeat.
If you were to rank on where FPOs stand right now on various points that you mentioned, where would you rank us right now on a scale from 1 to 10? Would you say we are at a 4 or a 5 or a 2? Where are we?
Yeah, definitely right now, because see, ultimately in case of value chain development, I believe that production is a crucial segment, and aggregation of the production on that front, because there will be different parameters for ranking, and index might be different. So in case of the aggregation front, I will definitely rank FPOs at 0.5. In case of the processing front, I will rank FPO at even 0.5. And in case of the marketing front, I can say that we are at the 0. So there are multiple index and parameters wherein we can rank FPOs into entire value chain aspect.
I get your point, Mr. Thoro. So there's lots of work that still needs to be done. But thank you so much for talking to us. We have questions, but we're taking it at the end of it. We let all our speakers speak to us and get a sense on what really are, they are making a sense of market right now. Next speaker is Mr. Vatsal Lilani. He joined Andre and Sai's Myanmar operations as country head in 1996, and since then has been a prominent face in agro circles in the country. After a 15-year stint, he started his own business under the name of Evertop Commodities Private Limited. He has worked in various locations internationally, such as Bangkok, Toronto, Dubai, Singapore, and has extensive experience in grain trade. A commerce graduate from Mumbai University, he also holds masters in marketing. Hi, thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Lilani. We are looking forward to your views before we start your questions.
Thank you, Manisha. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank IPGA and Mr. Beda particularly on behalf of all of us at OTA for inviting us to this World Pulses Day webinar. IPGA has established itself over the years as a premier association of pulses importers and traders in India, and it's indeed an honor to be invited by them to be a part of this platform. World Pulses Day is basically an acknowledgement of man's relationship with nature through pulses.
I'm online. Yeah.
Because pulses are not only good for one's health, but also for the soil and the environment. Every gram of plant protein that is consumed as compared to bovine-based protein helps reduce the emission of greenhouse gases. And in a long chain, its effect is felt all the way to the fast melting ice glaciers in the Arctics. So on this day, we tacitly acknowledge the contribution of pulses towards making the world a better place to live and help spread the good word so that others too can make a conscious choice to consume plant protein. To those that have, we let them know that their effort is well acknowledged by us. To those who are on the fence, This day serves as a silent and a tacit reminder that they too can be climate warriors by virtue of the considered choices that are good not only for them, but also for posterity. That said, let me now talk about the PULSES relationship between the two countries. India and Myanmar share a large land border, and there are many races in northeastern India which have families spread across both sides. There is much commonality of culture ranging from food to clothing to even worship, with Yangon being dotted with tens of temples of various Hindu deities. There also exists a very shared history of struggles and triumphs in the independence journey of both the nations, and there is much to learn from each other's tribulations. It is the wish of every Buddhist Myanmar national to visit both Gaya and Bihar, India, at least once in their lifetime, and with it comes a recognition that threads of Vipassana and other forms of meditation that Burma is well known for originated in peninsular India. A large Indian diaspora resides in Burma since the days of the British rule, and it is these early settlers that brought the seeds of mung, urad and tuar with them, which today have sprouted into 1 million metric ton trade annually. India is the world's largest importer of pulses and a very important market for all of us here in Myanmar. Out of 1 million plus metric tons that Myanmar ships out annually, almost 80% of it finds a home in India. Just as India buys almost every type and color of beans or pulse, Myanmar too shares a similar diversity in the sense that we grow green mung beans, black matpe, red kidney beans, brown beans, yellow tuar, and so on. It is this large canvas that makes India and Myanmar an automatic draw for each other, because if there is a demand lull in any one of the beans, there's always another one to make sure that you have a busy day at the office. India's large vegetarian, young and aspirational population makes it a market that no originating country can ignore, because India sets the tone and direction of the global pulse trade. With pulses now being an industrial commodity, with users of its extract drawing valuation in the billions and more, the next 10 years holds out the promise of a transformational change in the way the commodity is traded, priced, consumed, and planted. The importance of pulses in the India-Myanmar relationship is very high, because after the cutting and export of teak was banned, pulses are the only big-ticket commercial item that moves between the two nations. Many an ambassador have told me that even when leaders of the two countries meet at the highest level, pulses is very much on the discussion table and occupies a significant amount of their mind space during the talks. We in Myanmar always celebrate World Pulses Day, and today is no different. We have a large dinner party being hosted by our local pulses suppliers at one of the best Indian restaurants in town, where we shall have people from various missions, official departments, and stakeholders in the supply chain feast on an expansive meal, primarily of beans, pulses, and lentils. The event serves to send a message that the trade is vibrant, healthy, as pulses are, and ready for the numerous challenges as we are in it together. And lastly, on a lighter note, of all the countries that IPGA members go visiting, they perhaps find Myanmar to be the most conducive to travel, because the visa is on arrival, the flight is direct from Delhi or Calcutta to Yangon. It is easy to find good vegetarian food. Finding a taxi driver who speaks some Hindi or Tamil isn't a problem. And as importantly, every street has a nariyal pani wala and a pan shop. That said, once again, many best wishes to IPGA for bringing various countries to rejoice together on this World Pulses Day 2022. Thank you.
Mr. Irani, thank you so much. I mean, everybody else has talked about pulses as pulses. You talked about pulses as food, so that clearly made a difference. And yes, we do understand Myanmar is almost like a second home to a lot of pulses as an industry here. I have one question before we move on to the other guest, and this one is, How do you look at the relations between Myanmar and India on what they were 5 years back? Let's not go that long back. And what is your sense on what are the opportunities coming up from 3 to 5 years from now?
Yeah, so I mean, when you look at the relationship, there are two aspects to it. One is the political one, and the other is the commercial one. I don't think I'm qualified to talk about the political one. But if you look at the commercial one, back in 2017, we had the imposition of quantitative restrictions. And then there were several parleys between the two governments. And the Indian government also realized that most of the pulses are grown by marginal farmers in this country who are poor. So the Indian government went the extra mile and made changes to the policy to accommodate Myanmar. And Myanmar is extremely pleased with the Indian government for the successive changes that they've made. Going forward, I think it all depends on what the Indian production is. And I have always, I've been in this trade for the last 25 years. I see that the Indian consumption is galloping. Somewhere, along the line, we in the trade don't look at the consumption, we only look at the production figures. But everything that is shipped to India and more is being consumed. And even if the production in countries like Africa and Myanmar go up, India takes all of it. So I think that talks about the commercial relationship between the two countries.
Okay, that's as good as it gets. Thank you so much for joining us, and do stay on because we'll have questions at the end. But now let's move on to our next speaker. And Varun Deshpande has been deeply immersed in healthcare and technology from a young age and has spent several formative years studying chemical and biomedical engineering at Technology Hub Carnegie Mellon University. He then went on to work to implementing digital health in India and the US. While in the United States, Varun learned about effective altruism, a philosophy which seeks to investigate and target the world's most pressing problems. He is right now looking into the impact of industrial animal agriculture on the world and the imperative need to transition away from it using markets and technology. In dedicating his work to the future of protein and combining his duty to human and planetary health, Varun aims to help build a more healthy, sustainable, and just global food system starting right here in India. Varun, hi, welcome. What do you have for us?
Hi, Manisha. Pleasure to see you again. It's been a few months since we chatted on CNBC about the exciting space of smart protein, which is what this next session is all about. So I've actually been asked to share some slides, so I'm just going to launch straight into it if you don't mind. Is that okay?
Absolutely. Please go ahead.
Okay, great. Manisha, can you confirm you're seeing my slides here? Yeah. Okay, great. So yeah, as Manisha said, my name is Varun Deshpande. It's great to see some familiar faces here, not just Manisha, but also all the IPGA regulars, including the core organizing committee, as well as several of our collaborators in the audience and among the panelists here. I run an organization called the Good Food Institute India. We work across science, business, and policy to establish this new space called smart protein, which many of you will have already heard about. And the reason that we do what we do is very simple. Protein, in the way that we currently get it, especially from the large scale raising and slaughter of animals or fishing for seafood, does present major challenges when it comes to climate change, food insecurity, public health and safety, etc. So I'm not going to dive into every one of these potential issues here, but I think we've all been reading over the last decades and especially over the last couple of years with an increased cognizance of public health issues such as pandemics, as well as climate change and other issues that we need to solve if we're going to address the sustainable development goals in this decade. We do need to think about where we're getting our food. So if you look at any reports from the likes of the UN Food and Agriculture Organization, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the Eat Lancet Commission, and a myriad other organizations that study these problems, they'll tell you that any of the major climate issues, for instance, deforestation, land use, water use, greenhouse gas emissions, ocean dead zones, ocean acidification, species loss, biodiversity loss, any number of these issues that we all care about under the umbrella of climate change, the large-scale industrial animal agriculture is one of the top 2 or 3 most significant contributors to all of these, right? So we do have to start thinking about where we get our protein and diversifying that protein supply. Equally, especially as I mentioned, as we look to build back better from this pandemic, we have to think about any public health risks that are emanating from our food system as well. So when we look at antimicrobial resistance or when we look at zoonotic diseases, we do need to make sure that our food supply chains are de-risked. And perhaps I think diversifying away from animals in terms of the way we source our meat, eggs, and dairy is particularly important. But everything I'm saying doesn't change the fact that demand for meat, eggs, and dairy is going up. As an example, we'll have to produce about 50 to 70% more meat by the year 2050. And of course, when we think about feeding 10 billion people by 2050, 1/6 of those people will still be in India. So 50 to 70% rise in protein demand is in fact driven by incomes in these emerging markets like South Asia, of course, China, Latin America, etc. There is also the additional challenge from an economic resilience standpoint of what we're doing about issues like zoonotic disease. So you and I in the audience here today, perhaps if you eat chicken, we might say, look, we're not going to consume chicken for a couple of months if there's an avian flu scare or something like that. But the thousands of smallholder farmers that have to cull their stock of chickens do suffer economically from this as well, right? And to underscore this a little bit further, in a country like India, we are perhaps more vulnerable than most when it comes to all the issues that I'm talking about right now. So $35 trillion, that's not a typo, that's trillion with a T, we are set to lose to climate inaction. That's why we're seeing a lot of people, including the Prime Minister, coalescing around the idea that we need to get to a net zero economy in this time frame. So when we think about how we can get to a smarter protein supply, of course, there are all of these sustainable development goals that we want to address. But asking people to perhaps eat broccoli, not beef, globally, or even eat chickpeas instead of chicken doesn't seem to have worked. We need to perhaps meet people where they are and offer them a solution that feels like a simple switch and not a sacrifice. And as meat consumption and demand is going up, in addition to the excellent work that's being done by the other folks in the panels here and in the audience to encourage people to eat more pulses, perhaps what we also need to do is provide people with a simple switch and not a sacrifice. So that's kind of where the smart protein sector comes in. It's an opportunity to grow a brand new industry and sector alongside the growth of pulses and both feeding into as well as benefiting from the growth of pulses on the Indian subcontinent. So smart proteins are foods that can reliably and predictably substitute the consumption of their animal-derived counterparts in meat, eggs, and dairy because they provide that sensory and cultural experience for consumers. There are three main categories of smart protein foods, but I'm only going to focus on the plant-based side here today because that's what we're talking about is pulses on World Pulses Day. But there are also the other two categories are also fermentation-derived and cultivated or cell-cultured proteins. So diving in really quickly here, and I'm sorry, I'm going to have to really breeze through all of these slides because I want to get to the other fantastic panelists here. Plant-based foods or plant-based meat, eggs, and dairy are of course produced entirely from plant or crop ingredients. But as I said earlier, they provide all the sensory and cultural experience of their animal-derived counterparts. So they might use ingredients like, of course, soy protein, but also pulses like pea protein, mung bean, etc. And just zooming into one category of these plant-based foods, plant-based meat, which has really taken off globally. If you look at any of the projections from the likes of UBS, JP Morgan, A.T. Kearney, Bloomberg, etc., they're projecting something like $85 billion of market by 2030, 370 billion by 2035, etc., etc. And these are at various levels of conservatism, obviously, on what share of the global meat market can be captured, right? We tend to look at something more conservative. So about 6% of the global meat market by 2030 seems achievable with the right support and boost, and which we'll get to a little bit later. But why is this happening? I mean, why is this market growing so quickly? The reason is, as you might imagine, the industry has built really quickly. So globally, if you look at any of the major meat, food, and agri producers, they've all jumped into this space with both hands. So you'll see on the screen there are leading companies like Beyond Meat or Impossible Foods that are plant-based meat producers. They make plant-based burgers that taste, cook, sizzle, smell exactly like regular burgers made from cows, because of course that's what Americans eat. But then they are made entirely from plant or crop ingredients. But in addition to these startups that are now billions of dollars worth, there's also companies like JBS, which is the largest meat producer in the world, Hormel Foods, Smithfield, Tyson Foods, Maple Leaf. These are all massive meat producers. And of course, the likes of Nestle, Cargill, etc., who are massive food and agri commodities players. We've also seen the growth of as I say, a very thriving startup ecosystem. And this is just a bunch of names you may not recognize because they're international. So I'll skip past this and go into the Indian ecosystem in a little while. But just to highlight here, the goal here, and I'm focusing in on plant-based meat, but the principle applies to all plant-based foods. The goal here is to take plant proteins or plant ingredients and essentially coax them to behave in the way that animal proteins do or animal ingredients do, because that's what we're talking about when it comes to plant-based meat, eggs, or dairy. And opportunities to optimize exist across the entire value chain here. And this is where it becomes really relevant for people in the audience here today, in the IPGA community and the PULSES community generally. So when it comes to looking at opportunities to optimize at the source, so using conventional breeding techniques, you could get next generation pulse varietals, for instance, that have the functionality that lends itself well to these next generation food products. You could also optimize at the processing level, of course, and I'm sure a lot of people in the audience here today and among the panelists would know that there's a lot of optimization happening at the protein extraction or ingredient functionalization level. And then finally, of course, end product composition, process optimization, processes like extrusion, etc., that are being used to turn these into end products that consumers want to eat. And just to tell you what those products look like, I mentioned Beyond Meat earlier. This company has been public on the New York Stock Exchange since 2019. They went public for $25. Within a few days, they were at $125. It was the most successful IPO in decades. Today, they're at about 60 to 70, and that's considered getting hammered. The stock price is getting hammered, but they're still at 70, which in a couple of years still speaks to a lot of value realization and a lot of revenue growth, right? And what's most encouraging is if you look at the greenhouse gas and the water numbers there, to put this into perspective, if you take just 1 out of the 3 beef burgers that Americans are eating on average and replace it with a Beyond Meat burger, a Beyond Burger, that Beyond Burger is made from pea protein and other plant ingredients. So it takes up very little land, very little water, etc. So that's the equivalent of taking 12.2 million cars off the road or powering 2.3 million additional homes. And for the consumer, it's just lunch, or it's just dinner, or it's just a backyard barbecue. And that's really impact at scale, which is really exciting. Equally, there's a lot of work that's happening on the egg side, which is also the ingredients that go into plant-based eggs are also primarily from the pulse side. So we're seeing mung beans, chickpeas that are being utilized. And this slide is actually incorrect. At the bottom that says roughly 100 million eggs sold by this company eat just, the Just egg. It's actually 200 million as of the beginning of this year. And yeah, just to highlight here, the great thing is when you compare with respect to all of these indicators, land use, water use, pollution, chemicals, greenhouse gas emissions, etc., we're talking about vast improvements for the planet. And we were, previous speakers have talked about how climate resilience is a major issue now when it comes to agriculture generally. And I think the major opportunity here is actually for these new sectors of innovation to work alongside other sectors like regenerative agriculture and others to actually clear up land, for more land to be afforested, for more land to be used for other things like regenerative agriculture. So going into, who's actually eating these foods and what do people want in India? We're talking about, pretty high acceptability, despite people might think, okay, Indians don't actually consume that much meat. That is correct. On a per capita basis, we don't consume that much meat or even eggs really, right? We consume a lot of dairy, of course, but that being said, that's always changing. The incomes are continuing to rise. And as I said earlier, we are going to eat a lot more meat by the year 2030 and beyond. So a significant portion of people in India, if you look at any of the research that we've done, which is quite rigorous, actually have high awareness about plant-based meats, especially if they're in this early adopter market. They're very willing or likely to try and purchase it regularly. And they want to eat plant-based meat as a replacement for conventional meat. So all that's happening here is that there's a background level of consciousness around eating now, in terms of sustainability, in terms of impact on the planet, and in terms of aspiration as well, that leads them to be more likely to consume these products. So a lot of these companies are actually satisfying a latent demand that already exists, which is why a lot of the conventional meat producers are also investing in this space, because they recognize that they need to diversify their portfolio of protein. So what does that early adopter market look like? It's what you might guess. It's people who are young, upwardly mobile, relatively higher income, higher disposable income, and they might be living in tier 1 and tier 2 cities, though that might be changing with changing demographics, even with the pandemic, people going back to towns, living with their parents, etc. But I think a lot of these people are essentially eating like their global counterparts in cities like London, Singapore, Sydney, etc. What we had seen up until a few years ago was we would see a lot of plant protein that was things that were coming in from jackfruit, which of course is not high in protein, but it is seen as a meat mimic, a traditional meat mimic, and also soya nuggets, etc. But I think there's a clear recognition now that these are previous generation products, and what we need is plant-based 2.0, which is what's coming to the market now, right? So I've put some names on the screen here. We actually need to update this slide as well with a lot more names, but you'll see Blue Tribe Foods, Greenest, B-Veg Foods, Imagine Meats, Good Dot, etc. on the plant-based meat side. A lot of ingredients companies, a lot of beverage, milk, etc. companies as well. And what's interesting is that they've taken different formats, different approaches, different ingredients. So of course, you'll see your international formats like nuggets and burgers. But, and as you might expect, there are a ton of tikkas, keemas, kebabs, biryanis, curries, etc. that need to be produced to satisfy our diverse Indian palate, which is fantastic. It creates a lot of opportunity for entrepreneurs. So just as a couple of examples here, a company named Shakahari has launched a range of products across the country. Another company called Greenest Foods in retail here. And you can look at the branding. It's kind of fun, young, very millennial or Gen Z to appeal to the demographic I mentioned earlier. And Imagine Meats again, and forgive this particular image I took, which is why it's so horrible, but you'll see a lot of companies now out in retail, etc. So it's a very exciting time. In terms of what's happening now, I'm sure a lot of you will have seen that on the right there, Virat Kohli and Anushka Sharma announced an investment and ambassadorship of a company, Blue Tribe Foods, this week. Neeraj Chopra is an ambassador for Good Dot. And then Shah Rukh Khan announced the launch of Imagine Meats, which is in fact co-founded by Ritesh and Jamelia Deshmukh. So I think there's a lot of category awareness that's happening now. The principal question is, can we get this to the true mass market, which is what I was saying earlier, that transcending this early adopter population and going to the true mass market in tier 2, tier 3 cities, that's a major challenge, but a huge opportunity as well. And then, of course, something that's going to help us get there is the likes of ITC entering the market as well. So, and we've worked with all of these folks from a product development, positioning, brand development, distribution, etc. standpoint. And what we're seeing is a huge amount of further interest. So if there's, ITC, which is of course one of India's most beloved heritage brands, you'll also see other FMCG companies entering the fray later this year, perhaps. When we're also seeing, as I said, on the distribution side, the likes of Swiggy, Amazon Fresh, Zomato, etc., jumping into the space and really helping to promote it. So we worked with Swiggy, for instance, to add a plant-based meat tab to their Swiggy Instamart, service on the Swiggy app, which delivers fresh grocery and packaged foods, etc. So that's doing really well, and I think there's going to be a lot more growth in this market over the next year or so. I'm going to close out here pretty quickly and hand over to Devika to continue the session. But I just wanted to highlight a couple of things here that, this all sounds very exciting, but we're still very much at the beginning of this industry. All of the success in this industry is in the future, which is a very exciting place to be. But there are fundamental challenges that we can overcome here when it comes to taste, when it comes to cost, when it comes to availability of formats across the length and breadth of the country. And this is really where people in the audience here today across the value chain can get involved with both hands, can look at a lucrative end market for Pulses and for their businesses. We'd love to talk to anyone to see how you can get involved. But if you look at any of the drivers of consumption, people might be thinking in terms of the environment, in terms of even animal welfare, etc. But ultimately, what's going to enable them to actually eat a new category of food is whether it tastes the same or better and costs the same or less as what they expected. So that's kind of what we really need to get much better on. And finally, I just want to say that the whole smart protein sector is very much neglected in terms of investment. I want to highlight R&D investment here because although I know a significant portion of the audience is in business, R&D and scientific development of next generation products is always going to be key in any new sector like this. We saw this in renewable energy. To put this into perspective, last year, in 1 year, or rather in 2020 rather, Renewable energy innovation received over 500 billion with a B in investment and over 32 billion in public R&D funding. Whereas the total combined R&D into meat alternatives in history ever, total, not 1 year, is $1 billion with a B. So everything that I'm describing to you here is on basically a shoestring budget. And this kind of underscores it even more, right? So renewable energy historically in 6 years has received nearly $2 trillion, and alternative proteins or smart proteins received 10 billion in venture capital investment. And I'll close out here by saying we have the opportunity in India to be a major powerhouse and leader in this sector, but we really have to come together as industry, as government, as researchers, scientists, entrepreneurs, everyone, and perhaps pledge to undertake a mission for smart protein. We're seeing huge interest from talent, from entrepreneurs, from investors, but we're still very much at the beginning of this journey. And if we're going to achieve the sustainable development goals and satisfy protein needs, we will have to invest in visionary new sectors like smart protein. So I will stop there. Apologies if I went over time, but I'm available to take questions later on. For now, I will hand back to either you, Manisha, or directly to Devika. Thank you.
Directly to Devika.
Thank you so much, Varun. Firstly, a warm welcome to all our panelists and everyone who's tuned in today. Happy World Pulses Day. I'm Devika Suresh, Innovation Associate at the Good Food Institute of India. I'll quickly jump into introducing our panel that we have today. Firstly, we have Tarak Patkas, CEO at Altine Ingredients. Tarak noted the growing demand for plant-based foods globally quite early on, and through Altine, he wants to build an ecosystem of functional protein ingredients sourced from bean and lentil varieties that can help brands put out robust plant-based products. Next, we have Akanksha Tai, co-founder of BVeg Foods. Akanksha pursued a degree in nutrition and dietetics. Through BVeg Foods, she is fulfilling a vision for public and planetary health by creating plant-based products that are high on nutrition as well as taste. We also have Chandni Jaffrey, founder of Earthcraft Shop. Chandni has led different venture capital networks and is a triple bottom line advocate, focusing on people, planet, and profit through every venture she undertakes, Earthcraft Shop being no exception with its plant-based offerings. Finally, we also have Chirag Sabunani, founder of Saplant Foods. Chirag is passionate about feeding the world in a better way and an ambassador for next generation ingredients across proteins, hydrocolloids, fibers, and starches through his venture. We're excited to have you all here today. We at GFI believe that Pulse innovation can really power the kind of growth that we've been seeing in the smart protein sector. Our panel today represents the different needs of the value chain, and we're hoping each one of you can kind of tap into your own individual expertise and shed light on the topics up for discussion today. So let's dive right in. Let's start with a round of questions about what each of you have been working on and your journey so far. I'll start with you, Tarak. We often speak about the immense value add India can bring to the table in the global plant-based ingredient landscape by leveraging our own agricultural biodiversity. At Altine, you've been working to develop these high protein functional ingredients with a focus on indigenous crops. Could you tell us a little more about how things have progressed?
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, I would like to thank IPGA and GFI for inviting me to this panel. Journey so far has been like India has been the largest producers of beans and lentils from ancient times. So, you know, we have been exploring more and more significant high varieties of indigenous crops to extract protein, and you know that could help consumer brands to speed up the product development, as well as it will give a less off notes, and you know, we want to like provide our ingredient to and integrate our ingredient to various like what we can say food products, so that we can eliminate the animal protein from our food plate.
Thank you, Tarak, for sharing. I think now would be a good time to bring in Akanksha. Akanksha, BVeg Foods being the end consumer for these functional protein ingredients, you'd be in a position to best share what has been your experience so far in sourcing and using these ingredients like pulse protein for your plant-based offerings. And we'd love to hear more about that.
Sure. Thank you, Devika. I would like to thank you, the entire GFI team, for helping me to be at this panel at this special day, talking about pulses and smart protein to talk about. We as a team, we understand the importance of, pulse protein coming from, as I heard from one of the panelists earlier, that India is one of the largest producers of pulses. So sitting at, the hub, the place where we provide pulses to most of the nations, we totally believe that pulses protein, they are more sustainable, and being locally available, it'll help to get more acceptability, higher acceptability with the daily diets, with the daily consumers, and it'll be more associative with Indians. And if combined with the other source of protein, it can also help to get, the best amino acid profile as well, making it more nutrition dense, with protein, fiber, and all these prospects. These are the pros which we sincerely believe the pulse protein would get. But one of talking about the cons, where we as a company is facing the issue of getting the best possible proteins is the infrastructure for the extraction of proteins, specifically for plant-based. A great infrastructure is required around the same prospect to give out the quality, quality protein. Because while we make plant-based meats for, the whole idea is we manufacture for bigger clients and bigger companies, but to get a quality one, so that the end taste is not that beanie, it's completely suited to the application the client is looking forward to, be it a burger patty, nugget, everything. On the second note, I think there's been very less research R&D being done on, pulse protein being integrated into the system, specifically in terms of the smart protein prospects. So these two cases and these two problems basically highlight a bigger picture out there. If addressed, I can really assure you that pulse protein would be a very, very integral part of smart protein to talk about.
So much, Akansha, and I'll get back to you on the points that you brought up about the lack of infrastructure and R&D later in the discussion as well.
Sure.
Moving on to you, Chirag, what opportunities did you envision to capture within the smart protein sector when you first started out with Saplant Foods, and where are you today on that path towards the vision?
Well, thanks for the question, Devika, and thanks for having me at this event today. So, as we know, food systems are always evolving and always changing. And as Varun indicated, with the advent of smart protein, I think we're making a big jump in how we perceive food and also the ingredients that go into it. We realize both from an ethical and from a commercial perspective that this is a great opportunity for us, because ultimately, again, as Varun said, people are going to make their food choices based on what's going to be delicious, what's going to be nutritious, and what's going to be affordable. And we need to create those foods for folks out there. Now, to Akansha's point, yes, there is an infrastructure gap that exists over here. And pulses by nature have a technological challenge that they have in going into things like plant-based meats, because the extrusion technology that's out there cannot handle materials that are below a certain protein level. So it's a bit of a chicken and egg problem that we're looking at. Do we go for protein extraction, which then makes things more expensive? Or do we find a way to still use these ingredients by evolving the technology? And again, as has been shared, it is a technological and commercial question that people need to explore. It's a chicken and egg problem, and we're working through it. So we've got products that are on the market, which don't necessarily cater to plant-based meats. We cater to plant-based dairy, and we work in the plant-based egg replacement sector, where it's more about function in the actual application, as opposed to we have a technological restriction in the extrusion technology that's out there. And so our company, Saplant, has been out there. We've been selling internationally into Europe and into North America. We have technologies that remove beanie flavors out of the raw pulse materials and also augment the functionality. But we are limited by the raw material itself. And so as we look at the category, there is innovation across the raw material itself, the processing technologies, and then the way a company like Akansha's would use the material to then get to the finished product.
Thanks so much, Chirag, for laying that out, and we'll get more detail into that the hurdles you've been facing in a later question. I'll move on to you, Chandni. Your venture, Earthcraft Shop, has entered into a strategic partnership with More Than Protein Ingredients Canada to co-create plant-based protein products and ingredients for a global consumer base. What kind of advantages have you experienced from engaging in this sort of bilateral collaboration with Canada that has fast-tracked your progress?
So yeah, thank you so much for that question. And it's wonderful to be here today with all these intrepid entrepreneurs. And also, what better day than World Pulses Day to be doing this? So this is fantastic. Actually, your question is so to the point. And I was listening to Chirag and Akanksha, and that's exactly what we were struggling with when we started our R&D and trying to commercialize. And these are exactly the pain points. So it is really almost at the moment not really feasible to build a brand that will scale and have the margins, and and then hence your R&D to bring new products also suffers. So while we were dealing with those issues, MTPI started happening, and we started speaking to Canada about it. Canada has the vantage position of being the largest producer of pulses in the world, and most of it they export. In fact, India imports from Canada. So we realized that for us to be able to build a successful business, we've got to have access to uninterrupted raw material, meaning, and there should not be any variance. There should not be any crop variance. It should not be that the quality is this and the quality is not. It can't even be a 1% up and down. It has to be absolutely stable, and it should be uninterrupted. And we should have the R&D to be able to extract the protein isolates and concentrates. All of that infrastructure does not exist in India at the moment. Unfortunately, it will require a lot of investment. So we fast-tracked that process by getting into a strategic partnership. It's a JV with MTPI. It's building North America's largest commercial scale R&D line. And they have the capacity to produce 25,000 metric tons of protein isolates and concentrates. I mean, that's the scale we were talking about. And it's based off in Alberta, which is the cradle of legumes and pulses. So we realized that's problem number one. The other problem that Chirag pointed out was the processing technology. That also. So it's okay to be to be a small and medium enterprise in India today, and you can do it really well. But the minute you start scaling up, you just can't scale here because of the simple reason that processing technology is limited. And of course, route to market. There's no cold chain logistics and other such challenges. All that has to evolve and still kind of build. And we fast-tracked all that by getting into this collaboration because we got access to raw material, we got access to R&D and technology. We were able to protect our IP by getting into an IP share agreement now and for future. And we got route to markets, and not just to India, but across Europe and North America and into Asia with India focus. So I think we thought, well, we always wanted to be basing our products and manufacturing out of India because ultimately it's more efficient to do it. But given the constraint and given the fact that speed to market is of essence, because if you're not in market and you're not in the hand of the consumers, you can have the best product in the world and it just doesn't really matter. So you've got to be able to be producing at scale and have the ability to be able to get it in front of the consumers. So yeah, so that's really the process. So the way we are approaching now is that we will be producing at mass based out of Canada, and then as led to supplying to India, meaning either exporting it or maybe set up a smaller manufacturing base. And so those are the discussions we are having. We also understood another problem, big issue of affordability. So if, let's say, milk is available at 80 rupees a liter or 60 rupees a liter, you obviously cannot have brands which are retailing today at 250 rupees a liter or something in that range. Nobody's going to buy that. There is no market for that. And unfortunately, the producers are not able to offer price advantage because of the simple reason of all the reasons that we just kind of listed out. So, but all that can be changed because the minute you start working with legumes, you anyway have an advantage sitting out of India. So we've got to find a way. So going forward, I think we want to be able to get the technical know-how and find a way to transfer that to India. And that's really going to be a very big part of our journey going forward. Yeah.
So much, Chandni, for detailing the global ecosystem and just kind of understanding the opportunities that's available there. Really insightful.
Yeah.
Next, let's discuss a little around the ecosystem challenges and hurdles. I think all the panelists have already touched upon it, but it definitely demands a deeper discussion. The smart protein industry has finally moved into a critical phase of market activity. But with this traction comes the need to address these bottlenecks across product development, manufacturing, distribution, even regulation. So I think I'll just take my first question to Tara. The potential for India to be a plant-based ingredient sourcing and processing hub for the world is limited by a lot of these ecosystem challenges, including the lack of scientific information and R&D, like someone mentioned earlier. And I just want to understand from you, Tarak, how is Altiene able to bridge this particular gap, and how challenging was it for you to internalize most of this R&D when you were first starting up?
Yeah, so as most of the panelists here, have pointed out the problems. Basically, we also face the similar problem, but we try to execute some things in a way that we faced problem like procuring machineries, some right machineries for efficient extraction. So we have to get in touch with a lot of international advisors and some high knowledgeable people and all that. So problems are the same, and we try to execute one step at a time, and we got good results during our R&D phase and all. But we face similar challenges as my other co-panelists faced, and it was like what you can say. So basically, the main problem India is facing right now is to have a good production unit for protein extraction, and that's if we crack that. So I don't think there should be any problem, and we are trying to bridge that gap.
Thanks so much, Tarak, and I think that leads beautifully into my next question. So one of the major challenges that entrepreneurs highlight and has been highlighted in this panel as well is the lack of fundamental infrastructure, be it for protein extraction, processing, extrusion at every scale. BVeg Foods is gearing up to address this infrastructure gap with your manufacturing plant setup. So Akansha, could you tell us where you're at on this journey and what that could mean for the Indian plant-based sector?
Sure, happy to help. So actually, we at BVeg Foods are trying to address the problem which you just spoken about. We are trying to be a facilitator, to build the industry. The whole idea is to create an ecosystem specifically for at least plant-based products, plant-based meat products to be, more precise, where we've opened doors for industry players, be it entrepreneurs, FMCG brands, or retail brands, retail players, anybody and everybody who wants to venture into the plant-based meat category. We're more than happy to welcome them around. We are creating India's largest plant-based meat facility with all the best in class processing equipment and extruders also, high moisture extruder, which is going to be first of its kind in India, to make protein plant-based meat 2.0. As Varun had mentioned in one of his comments that there were certain products which was plant-based meat 1.0. Now it's time to create plant-based meats 2.0. So the whole idea is to facilitate all these products by building an infrastructure as well as a team for the same. So currently we've got a team of food technologists and culinary experts who've created 18 plus products over the span of 2 years, for plant-based meats, which can be easily altered under your brand if required to be. Or if there's a new idea, a new product which needs to be created, we're happy to help around the same. So that is the kind of vision we're trying to create for the Indian market. It'll help to make these products available to masses. It'll not be just at the tip of the iceberg then. There'll be more economies of scale, there'll be more price parity. All these things would be easily addressed with the kind of infrastructure we're trying to work around.
Thanks so much, Akansha. I'm super excited for everything that's in the works. Quickly switching to the topic of policy and regulation. Chandni, as you plan for your products to have a significant market in India a few years down the line, like you mentioned, what would you say are the major regulatory hurdles that would need to be addressed to make your entry easier? What kind of policy interventions, government incentivization, or adoption of practices that you've clearly seen in the West or in other more mature markets do you think would really help you?
I suppose the biggest challenge is now, and I think I see that in the next 3 years as well, is this whole cold chain logistics and the absence of it. And the way retailing happens today, the whole paradigm will have to shift. So if you're creating products which are version 2.0, you've got to probably create retailing to keep pace with those kind of smart products. So the distribution network is hugely lacking, and I do not see that evolving at a pace that it needs to. And I see that as a huge challenge. The current retail structures and the way the retail today is organized is more from a real estate model. It's not as a facilitator for a consumer. It's more like shelf space, right? So that model, I think, has to dynamically evolve. And one way of, I don't know how much policy can help doing that, but I suppose it'll have to be done by marketeers like us and the large scale marketeers, like you pointed out, ITC and the Unilevers of the world, and they're very, very focused. So once they start moving in that direction, I'm guessing that, the whole retail setup will change and the distribution network will change. I also think that for new entrepreneurs and even for established brands, protecting your IP and safeguarding it is a huge challenge. And I think that a part of the reason that we considered Canada is because we can safeguard our IP. Not because we want to play it as a closed game, only because you want to ensure that you have a certain product quality and it's then investable. Because it's not investable otherwise, this opportunity, unless you create IP. Otherwise, you're just another product and you're a mock meat or you're a mock soya chunk or something like that. So the IP laws will have to evolve because there is no food IP in India. You just can't IP it. You can't patent it. So we had to actually transfer our IP through a trade secret agreement. But still we have to find a way to be able to safeguard it coming out of Canada because they have IP laws that support innovations. So I think that would be a second point, number one. And I think third this will have to be a policy shift. But I think it'll have to be a very important shift because how government or the publicity department of the governments like DAVP and there's a whole lot of machinery which actually taught consumers to consume dairy and egg at scale. That roz doodh piyo, roz ande khaiye, roz diche. We are indoctrinated, in fact, right? So there is a whole machinery that has worked over time. Even today, the most loved brand is Amul. And I have nothing against this. I'm just saying that, it's just, there's an industry which is so beloved. And it's a sacrilege to even say that there is a product which could be superior to what our way of consumption is. And it's even more. So, dairy and eggs and all these have almost a mythical status in India. And that is actually groomed. Our palates have been groomed by a consistent blitzkrieg, which is supported by the government, because dairy and poultry generated employment. So, of course, that was really the policy push that, okay, let's give small-scale employment to a wide variety of, farmers. But that has, in a way, is telling consequences on the human health. So I think that balancing act has to flow in India. So I believe that India has very strong lobbies which blocks especially when you're getting milk and you're getting egg, you have to really struggle and you have to really validate. And there is no validating body saying, okay, legume milk is superior to dairy milk. There is nobody saying that. Nobody's saying that. It's sacrilege. You could be skinned, you could be burnt alive if you're saying that. But if you're saying that in Canada, there is a PIC which has documented it. They validate your research and they stick it out and say, yes, legume milk is maybe how many into X times superior to current dairy options. So those, I think it will disintegrate over time, but I suppose there has to be a high decibel campaign and there has to be intent behind that campaign. And the motive for that, of course, is the planetary crisis, but most importantly, the human health crisis. India is the cardiovascular disease capital of the world. And we know why. We know why that is. And it's conclusively linked to consumption, high consumption of dairy and poultry and all such factory farm products. So I would think the third point would be deliberate evangelizing, deliberately putting it out as an intention and getting people to rally behind it. And it's going to be a bigger task than just getting 4 or 5 celebrities to talk about it. Yeah.
It's a lot, Chandni. Lots to think about there for ideating entrepreneurs, policymakers, and for the industry as a whole as we plan for the sector to kind of tap into different geographies and its new scale. I'll bring it back to Chirag. Chirag, India is the largest producer and importer of pulses in the world, and this is owing to a lack of innovation breakthroughs that in a space that was often considered a traditional commodity space. So while the ask for next generation ingredients from plant-based entrepreneurs who are also on the panel rings very clear, what have been the biggest challenges and hurdles that you have specifically faced as a startup working on the upstream side of the value chain?
Sure. I think so I'll put it this way. When there's a will, there's a way, because we certainly found ways to take ingredients, take our network, take our ability to work with labs and set up our own labs and actually make innovative ingredients here, which are now being appreciated globally, right? In Europe, in the heart of where plant-based is happening, they are replacing what they have, protein isolates, with our ingredients. And I'm not saying this to be braggadocious. I'm saying that we, just because of the way we are, we have an inherent ability to innovate despite the challenges in front of us. And when people, especially young entrepreneurs, have that desire, they will find the answer. Challenges are everywhere. That being said, it is certainly a lot simpler if there were innovation hubs as are being set up in different parts of the world. And I think our policymakers are looking at that and stepping forward. It's not possible for somebody, or not easy for somebody sitting in a college campus to think about, I want to develop a next generation ingredient. How am I going to go around that, right? I mean, my business partners and I, we all have established businesses, and we have both the financial and network capabilities to drive these kinds of innovations. We can go and talk to co-packers and easily set things up. So it's very doable. It's just not easy. And I think as the sector matures and we start looking at as we start looking at pulses as more than just, this is how we processed it for the last 60 years and there's incremental innovation in how to get the product to polish a little bit better, towards, well, what does this product contain? What is the market looking for? How do I connect this to innovation? How do I connect this to Akansha's company to see what she needs and drive the next generation of foods? The more we start downward integrating and food and consumers start upward integrating, that's when innovation is going to become a lot better, faster, and we can start thinking of innovative ways. I'll give you an example right now of a company that I'm speaking to as well that's looking at a very large investment, and they want to know that what they produce is going to be secured in terms of sales. And I'm like, that's not how this works. You need to make a small investment in putting up a pilot facility to see whether your technology or your product is actually suiting a market. So you're going to have to take that risk. And once you take that risk, you can validate. So that risk is 1% of the total quantum that you would invest in putting up a facility. So this switch in thinking from, I see a market and I'm just going to put the money and I will make that money back over 10 years or whatever, towards I see a possible market, I've validated it, I'm now going to take a risk. And if it works, it's going to pay back in 6 months as opposed to take 10 years. So that switch in thinking will drive that upward and downward integration across the innovation chain, which is when we will see new kinds of facilities and innovations come forward. So there's a large part of this that relies on the entrepreneurs, on the business owners, and on us as the private sector. And the other part, which goes to the government to help facilitate that process. And I genuinely feel that given where we were 2 to 3 years ago, the government has come forward in a great way to support through grants and innovation. Can there be more? Yes. Are they doing their bit? Yes. We need to do ours as well, more so.
Thank you so much, Chirag, for laying that out so well and offering that hopeful outlook around collaboration as well. And with that, I think we're out of time as well. So thank you all for taking the time and sharing your views. Also, a huge thank you to IPGA for having us and giving us this platform on World Pulses Day. I'd just like to invite Varun back on to close out the discussion and add any parting thoughts.
Thanks, Devika, and thank you so much, Chandni, Tarak, Akanksha, Chirag, and once again, of course, to IPGA. Without belaboring the point, I think we've all kind of converged on similar conclusions here today. I think we need significant amounts of attention on this challenge and on this opportunity of building a smart protein sector. We have this major chance over the, and that's not me, by the way, on the screen, that's Tarak, but anyway, it says my name there, but it's a major opportunity for us over the next decade. Just to highlight here, some research that we did over the last months at the Global GFI Network indicated that to satisfy some of those projections I was talking about earlier, for plant-based meat to hit about 6% of the global meat market, we would need about 800 plus facilities performing extrusion globally, which would require about $27 billion in investment. Now, of course, $27 billion in investment sounds like a lot until you put it into the context of what I was saying earlier in terms of renewable energy investments, right? So what we are thinking about here is essentially smart protein is very similar to clean energy in terms of its impacts on the planet and what we can do to build a more secure, sustainable, and just future. And India absolutely should be competing for these global supply chains, and particularly pulse producers in India should be playing on this global stage. So we encourage you to please reach out to us or any of the panelists here today to talk about their work and to collaborate in this exciting new space. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's over to me now, Sonia here. Manish again had to step out. So thank you, Varun. Thank you, Devika, Akanksha, Tarak, Chirag, and Chandni. I think it was a very interesting discussion. The insights that we've got into this new emerging opportunity or emerging area for our members and audience, global audiences who have joined in. I've been getting a lot of saying it's a very interesting panel put together. So thank you very much for joining. And because of the paucity of time, we have to move on to our next speakers. As Varun said, there are questions which I will forward to him, or we will take it up at the end of the whole session. So thank you once again for being there. Our next speaker is Mr. Sachin Khurana. He's the India representative, USA Dry Pea and Lentil Council. He joins us with a message for the World Pulses Day.
Thanks, Manisha, and thanks IPGA for organizing this event. And thank you for inviting me to share my thoughts. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I wish all of you a very happy World Pulses Day. It's an honor to be here, and I feel glad to be a part of the pulses industry in India. As we all know, India is the largest producer, processor, consumer, and importer of pulses in the world. However, in spite of being the largest producer of pulses, there still remains a demand and supply gap in our country. We, at the USA Dry Pea and Lentil Council, are constantly working with all our partners in the trade to bridge this gap. We do that by introducing pulses of best quality to the Indian consumers. There is no dearth of reasons to prove why pulses are such an important crop and also an integral part of many diets across the globe, especially here in India, given the large chunk of vegetarian population that we have. Pulses have the immense potential to improve human health, conserve our soil, protect the environment, and contribute to global food security. as our CEO Tim McGreevy mentioned in his outlook for 2022, people around the globe are choosing to eat more pulses because they are healthy food, and in a time when being in good health is at top of everyone's mind, it just becomes really, really important. The theme for this year's World Pulses Day is Pulses to Empower Youth in Achieving Sustainable Agri-Food Systems. This also aligns very well with our own focus globally, which is towards highlighting pulses as the sustainable superfoods that they certainly are. And this actually led us to our objectives for the year in India as well. India, as you all know, is an extremely important market for all of us at the Council. We have been working with senior members of the pulses industry for more than the last 30 years to grow this market. 2022 is, of course, not going to be any different. It is, in fact, a crucial year for us as we continue to strengthen our sustainability story and educate Indian importers, traders, and consumers on the role pulses can play as a climate-friendly crop. We welcome the year with a very strong focus on sustainability, and we continue to intend working extensively towards creating more awareness around the credentials that we have on sustainability. We believe the responsibility lies on all of us to educate consumers about the benefits of these pulses. In fact, these benefits include not just health benefits, but also the substantial benefits that pulses have towards the environment. Since the world's growing population will require a 70% increase in agriculture production by 2050, the low carbon footprint as well as water and soil efficiency make pulses ideal sustainable food of the future. Along with strong focus on sustainability, this year we also hope to bring our Standard for Quality initiative to India. Standard for Quality is a campaign that highlights the quality and premium standard of US pulses. The 5,000 growers, processors, exporters, and associates represented by the USA DPLC take a lot of pride in their ability to produce the highest quality dry peas, lentils, and chickpeas. And this helps us earn the Standard of Quality seal every single day. Through this campaign, we aim to engage with packagers and retailers and spread awareness amongst consumers about the superior quality of US pulses. I am sure that we will see more and more support from the industry to take our Standard for Quality packaging and message to all the corners of the country. I'm extremely happy to share with all of you that we will soon roll out USA branded chickpeas in India with the Standard for Quality seal. We look forward to the support from all of our trade partners in the country as we work towards building these two initiatives in India this year. I also look forward to seeing all of our trade partners and every single one of you at Gulf Food in a couple of days from now. This year, we will be in the Pulses and Grains Hall, and please do look us up when you visit. I also look forward to seeing all our friends at our reception on the evening of February 15th at Dubai. Thank you, everyone, and thanks again, IPGA, for organizing such a wonderful event to commemorate the World Pulses Day. Thank you.
Thank you, Sachin. And we are definitely looking forward to a joint webinar with the US Dry Pea Council sometime in June. We'll keep you updated on the same. Now I move on to our next speaker, and we have Mr. Greg Cherok, President Pulse Canada, who is going to join us with his message for the World Pulses Day.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Greg Cherwick, and I'm the president of Pulse Canada. It's a pleasure to join you via video today, and I very much appreciate the invitation from the IPGA to speak on the topic of sustainability. First, though, a quick introduction before I launch into the theme of my presentation. Pulse Canada is a national association that represents the growers, processors, and traders of pulse crops in Canada. Our job is to deliver results that make the industry more profitable, and one of our main areas of focus is diversifying market opportunities. We do that by leveraging the incredible strengths that pulse crops bring related to health, sustainability, and functionality. You've had a few speakers today focus on the topics of nutrition and health, so I wanted to use my time with you today to focus on the topic of sustainability. When we look at global emissions of greenhouse gases, the focus is largely on carbon dioxide. That's because most of our energy sources for transportation and electricity, etc., come from fossil fuels that produce carbon dioxide. In agriculture, you can't talk about emissions without focusing on nitrogen. It's the most limiting nutrient we have in our production systems, and we need large quantities of nitrogen to produce the food that we need to feed the world. The challenge is that when you apply nitrogen to the soil through synthetic fertilizers or other forms like manure, you get environmental losses. Bleaching and runoff can pollute water bodies, but that can be limited to a certain extent through management practices. One thing we can't get away from is losing nitrogen to the atmosphere in the form of nitrous oxide. That's the most significant greenhouse gas in terms of agricultural emissions. Let's look at how emissions from production compare to other parts of the value chain. People want to talk a lot about transportation, local versus imported products. We also focus on packaging. Those things are important. They amount to nearly 20% of emissions. But really, what this graphic tells us is that if you don't focus on emissions from production system, then there's no hope in achieving a meaningful reduction in greenhouse gas emissions from agriculture. So if nitrogen, and specifically nitrous oxide emissions, are the big challenge for agriculture, and we know that production systems account for roughly 80% of the impact from agriculture, how can PULSES play a role as a solution provider? As many of you know, PULSES fix nitrogen from the air naturally with the help of soil bacteria. As I mentioned earlier, nitrogen is essential for crop development, and crops that can't fix their own must be fertilized. When you fertilize with nitrogen, soil microorganisms convert some of the applied nitrogen to nitrous oxide, which is 300 times more potent than CO2, and again represents the majority of emissions associated with global agriculture. In addition to the obvious natural advantage of PULSES and their ability to fix nitrogen, Canadian farmers also employ sustainable management practices. For example, many growers don't till soil anymore, moving to a no-till or minimum till production system. That practice has helped prevent carbon loss, soil erosion, and also helps build soil organic matter, which can help increase the amount of moisture available in the soil. And PULSES are also water efficient. In Western Canada, especially in Saskatchewan and Alberta, where the majority of our peas and lentils are grown, we have a semi-arid climate where a lack of rainfall can stress crops. We saw that last year in a very real way as we dealt with a major drought in Western Canada. While PULSES were stressed under those conditions, they do generally well in a semi-arid climate, requiring less water and leaving more moisture in the soil for the following crop. PULSES have also been shown to help enhance soil health by boosting soil microbial diversity. That's really attributed to the straw and crop residues that PULSES leave behind, which help feed the soil components that aren't there with other crops. This microbial diversity also benefits the following crop in the rotation. For these reasons, PULSES are an incredibly sustainable source of protein. When it comes to GHG emissions associated with major sources of protein in the diet, PULSES perform extremely well. In Canada, when we dig a little deeper within our own crop production systems, we also see that PULSES have a much lower footprint than alternative crops that we grow on rotation, like canola, and cereals like wheat and barley and oats, largely because these crops require nitrogen fertilizer. This analysis, done by our Director of Sustainability at Pulse Canada, is really quite interesting. With practices like zero or minimum tillage in place, Canadian PULSES are sequestering carbon into our soils. And for crops like lentils, the amount of carbon being sequestered in the ground is actually greater than the amount of emissions that are associated with the production in the field. So Canadian lentils can be considered negative from a carbon balance perspective. And so what? Does any of this work we're doing matter outside of Canada? Well, we think so. Governments have been including a focus on health and sustainability in food guides. The Lancet Commission report in 2019 is a really good example of how international academics and experts are thinking about the impacts of food on people and the planet. Last year's UN Food Systems Summit put a fine point on the need to transform food systems to achieve both human health and sustainability goals. It's fine for governments and academics to take this seriously, but are consumers thinking about sustainability when they buy food? Increasingly, yes. Many surveys have come out over the past year showing growing interest in choosing sustainable food, particularly among younger generations. This graphic tells us something very critical, that sustainability is not only important to consumers, but more and more of them are willing to pay a premium for a sustainable product. So where do we focus? Well, without question, a systems approach is necessary to ensure that every link in the chain is making a contribution to a more sustainable end product. But we believe the most significant opportunity lies in reformulation, and we've been investing into research that helps quantify the impact you can have by incorporating pulse ingredients into traditional food products. In partnership with ETH in Zurich, Switzerland, we looked at reformulation of these 3 wheat-based products, bread, breakfast cereal, and pasta, with a formulation suggested by the Canadian International Grains Institute, based on research they conducted that looked at the palatability and functionality of including pulse ingredients into these food products. As you can see, the pan bread has the least amount of pure lentil flour in it. The breakfast cereal has the most in terms of reformulation, and pasta is in the middle with roughly 30%. When we conducted the life cycle assessment, we were able to collect data specific to the production systems that we were sourcing materials from. We collected information on yields, fertilizer inputs, pesticide inputs, seed inputs, fuel use for fuel operations, and modeled to reflect our environmental conditions. We also collected information on flour milling, the amount of water, electricity, and waste produced when we milled these products. When we look at the impacts of reformulation on these products, we reduce the emissions of all 3 products, as pea flour and lentil flour have a much lower footprint than wheat flour. For pan bread, we had the lowest inclusion rate, and we saw the lowest potential benefit on the greenhouse gas side. For pasta, we saw the opposite. We saw a moderate inclusion rate for pea flour, and we see the most amount of benefit from a GHG reduction perspective. And for breakfast cereal, we see an impressive 12% reduction with an inclusion rate of 53%. The reason for the difference relates to where the majority of emissions for carbon come from. If they come from production, you see a greater impact. If the majority of emissions come from processing, you see a lesser impact. Regardless of the product or the process, however, this research is pointing to the opportunity to rethink how we reformulate our food products to make a material contribution to emission reduction targets. And it's clear, PULSES can play a role as a solution provider. In conclusion, I leave you with this message. We as a global industry must take it upon ourselves to position PULSES as a solution provider. It's up to us to make a very strong case to our governments and a wide range of potential investors that every dollar invested into the pulse industry puts everyone one step closer to achieving very real and very bold aspirations related to progress on human health and climate change. I can't think of a better call to action for World Pulse Day. And with that, I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today, and I wish you all the best with your event.
Thank you, Greg. That was indeed very, very insightful. We are working with in a lot of areas with Pulse Canada, and we hope to have a great plan of working together in the coming year. Next time, we move on to a very interesting topic, pulse-based nutrition. We have Dr. Roshni Singhani here with us. Dr. Roshni Singhani is an MBBS diplomat of American Board of Internal Medicine, endocrinology, diabetes, and metabolism. Dr. Singhani uses education, motivation, and empowerment to help her patients make informed choices and lifestyle changes. She gives high priority to understanding the patient's barriers to change. She practices evidence-based medicine based on US standards. She strongly emphasizes that drugs cannot reverse chronic disease, but lifestyle changes can. And I am sure she'll have an interesting discussion with us because our theme is Go Green with Pulse Protein. And Dr. Roshni is here. Thank you very much, Dr. Roshni, for joining us.
Thank you so much. Sorry to rush, but I have another lecture I have to give at 7 o'clock. So is it okay if I directly start sharing my screen?
Yes, that's fine. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. So thank you all for having me. Going green with pulses is obviously something very close to all of our hearts. And I'm going to speak today about health and protein. How do pulses fit into your health? And I'm speaking from the position of a medical doctor. As mentioned by Sonia, I'm an endocrinologist, and I'm going to take half a second to let you know what an endocrinologist really is, because I'm going to be talking about nutrition, but I'm not a nutritionist or a dietitian. So I've completed my MBBS and then MD medicine, and I was a teacher to MD medicine candidates for a year, and then went on to super specialize in endocrinology, which is just like being a specialist in cardiology or oncology. We are super specialized in diabetes, hormones, weight management, metabolism. Any hormone imbalance you can think of comes under our training. And why am I here to talk to you today is about pulses. So first thing, endocrinologists are the most highly trained doctors when it comes to treating diabetes, which, as you know, is a raging epidemic. I don't need to spend any time on that.
And this is the document by the American Diabetes Association that comes out every January. We all look forward to reading the updates. This is 2022. And it specifically mentions legumes. Taking in more legumes is associated with a lower risk of getting type 2 diabetes. So before you even need to see a doctor like me, if you don't ever want to get there, prevention, protein through pulses and legumes will help. There is another piece to diabetes management in the same ADA document that talks about reducing carbohydrate intake that helps with diabetes. And they say that use carbohydrate sources that are nutrient dense, and pulses come in there in that category. Pulses are rich in carbohydrates, but they are high quality carbohydrates. They would be one of the most favorite carbohydrates I would want someone to have if they're going to be choosing carbohydrates. Why? Because they are high in fiber and they're minimally processed. They're very easy to keep in the house, and directly you can cook them at home straight from farm without any processing. You can cook it without processing. Again, the American Diabetes Association is very clear. They say what superstar foods are good for diabetes. They specifically mention beans, which, you know, I think in different countries we call it beans, legumes, pulses, lentils, right? And if I have to ask you, because I deal a lot with people who struggle with overweight or obesity or food cravings, and I'm trained in emotional eating and how to help people come out of that through mindfulness. But let me ask you a very basic food question is, how many of you feel addicted to certain foods, right? Let's put away our science hats and our business hats and talk about what foods you crave. What is that you will always have room for? You'll always have room for dessert. But how about at the end of a nice big Indian meal, I come and I give you another big bowl of dal. Like I could come with the dessert menu, or I could come with the dal menu, and you'll definitely push me away if I say, let's have more dal at the end of a very filling meal. So why is that so? Because of the hormone balance that causes your hunger signals to go down, that, you know, if your hunger is reduced once you've eaten a meal, then that is coming because of certain hormones that have been stimulated and suppressed. And when you're hungry, that's the dopamine system. So I'm not going to go detail into this, but the blue color is just schematic. It means the healthy hormones that suppress your appetite and keep you satisfied in between meals. And the dopamine and the red, which is showing this high stimulation, the cravings, and all the time drug-seeking behavior. So the addictive personality or the addictive tendency that we have, whether it's to actually substances of abuse, nicotine, sugar, all of that comes from dopamine. And the good news is that pulses, beans, legumes, they do not stimulate the dopamine pathway. That's why none of us say we're addicted to dal. Pulses, like I mentioned, have the fiber and the protein. That's the nutrition reason why they manage to take care of cravings and hunger. Now, from a medical point of view, people get scared saying, I already have gout problems and uric acid problems. So what should I do with protein? Unfortunately, there are too many health professionals, at least in India, who ask you to reduce your protein intake or your pulse intake if you have a high uric acid. This is actually a wrong advice. I'm a specialist in insulin, the hormone insulin, and high uric acid comes from insulin resistance. Okay, so that's a separate lecture, but most of the people who come in with a high uric acid, they're still not getting enough protein for their nutrition. So asking them to reduce their dals and pulses would be the wrong advice, and they become completely malnourished. So this is the Mayo Clinic 2022 gout diet, what's allowed, what's not allowed. And they specifically say lentils. They say protein, continue to take lentils as the source of protein. So they have not told you to reduce protein through dals or lentils, even if you have a uric acid or a gout problem. Again, the American Diabetes Association talks about intact grains, and I know your meeting today is about pulses and grains. So I just wanted to mention a little bit about what's a whole grain. You know, if you buy a whole grain bread, there are no whole grains in there. It used to be a whole grain. Now that whole grain has been processed into a fluffy slice of bread that you can just melt in your mouth. So you see the marketing and the packaging, this box says whole grain, but it's not an intact whole grain. Okay, there are pictures of intact whole grains, but when you read and it says whole grain, I actually counted how many times this box says whole grain. It's almost like screaming at you. It says it 3 times on the front, and this box over here says 100% of the grain is whole grain. Okay, So I don't even know what this means. It used to be 100% of the grain was whole grain. Now it's been smashed into something that melts in your mouth without cooking. Just pour milk and have it. So they say whole grain, they have a picture of whole grain brown rice, but when you pour the cereal from the box, you're definitely not getting whole grains of rice. They say whole grain jawar, okay, in the thing, but it's actually jawar flakes. And this goat friend of ours will be able to eat whole grain jawar, but we would not. And it also says rolled oats on the back in the fine print, whereas whole grain oats look a lot like this, and you would not be able to eat them without processing them. So don't get fooled when it says whole grain. Make sure you're looking at intact whole grain, which has not been crushed, powdered, and gone through 50 things in the factory. What about this discussion about what's a high protein diet, what's a low protein diet? When we assess our patients for their protein intake, a lot of times we find in India, you can see where I've put the Indian flag, is that they're getting about 0.2 to 0.3 grams of protein per kg per day, whereas the recommended allowance for everybody is at least 0.8. And in the West, we have people who are taking meat or animal products at breakfast, lunch, and dinner. If it's a meat and eggs or a steak and eggs kind of a picture, then they are getting more than that. They're getting maybe what we might say is a high protein of 1.5 to 2 grams. But in the Indian context, for today's audience, you need to be able to get 0.8, and the majority of people seeing us don't get that. So if you tell someone like that, who's getting 0.2, and they have uric acid problems, you tell them to go less on the protein, they are even lower on the nutrition side of being malnourished. And when we say bring it to 0.8, they think that I'm putting them on a high protein diet. I'm not putting them on a high protein diet. It's just math. 0.8 is higher than 0.2. So yes, I'm asking you to increase, but it's not a high protein diet. This is the normal, basic, standard medical requirement. Check any document in the health industry. 0.8, you'll not find anybody saying to take less than 0.8. Okay. And this is actually considered low protein. If you look at the West, they'll say 0.8 is on the low side of things. Okay. So for today's audience, because we're talking about pulses, I kept it plant-based, and I mentioned that you're looking for an average adult, Indian adult, you're looking for about 15 to 20 grams of net protein per meal. And there are so many ways, pulses are so versatile. And again, kidney damage. Actually, the talk I'm giving today at 7 o'clock is with a patient who has reversed diabetes affecting the kidney. So diabetic kidney damage has been reversed by this man while increasing his pulses, his legumes, his dals, his beans. Okay, his kidney damage has literally reversed. The protein spilling in his urine has reversed. So there is a lack of understanding when someone with diabetic kidney damage has protein spilling in the urine, they think you need to stop eating protein. That's the wrong advice. The protein is spilling in the urine because they're getting too much carbohydrates. The high carbohydrates is turning into high blood sugar. The blood sugar is harming the kidney. The kidney is now bleeding and leaking and spilling protein into the urine. So if you don't want protein in the urine, you need to take more protein in your diet, reduce your carbohydrates. And this is exactly what happens when you see this in practice. And this is given in the 2022 document very clearly. Reducing the amount of protein below 0.8 will not improve any outcomes, whether you're trying to protect these people with diabetes from diabetic damage of kidney, heart attacks, blood sugar improvements, nothing. You get no benefit reducing their protein. In fact, you make them malnourished. And this is a very quick takeaway slide. What would this look like in your life? This is what we tell our patients, that if you want to keep your Indian menu the same, keep the menu the same, but just increase and decrease some of the things. So if you're doing dal chawal or you're doing khichdi, take more of the dals and the sauteed onions on top, double the dal, the raita, the side things, and take half the amount of rice. If it's dhan shak or rajma, take more of the dal-based dhan shak or rajma and less rice. Okay, and similarly, you can just scroll through this quickly, and this is how we tell our patients to get started with a very simple lifestyle change. So this would look like if a typical Indian house, 4 chapatis, 1 cup of dal, 1 cup of sabji. I tell all my patients this is the first thing they can do. Keep the same menu, but cut your carbohydrates to half. This works if you're working on diabetes, weight management, any hormone imbalance, or just overall looking for better energy levels. Okay, if you have diabetes and you're on medication, you need to talk about this with your doctor before doing this. Otherwise, you'll get into a low blood sugar. Okay, and what do we do once we cut the 4 chapatis to 2? We take double the amount of dal and sabji. This solution is my secret formula for helping you achieve much better health very rapidly. So this is what rajma chawal looks like in my house, is a bowl full of rajma and a sprinkle of rice on the top. If someone says they get too much gas with protein dals, it's basically because a new food has been introduced and there's something called a gut microbiome. The gut bacteria are not able to understand how to interact with your protein enzymes, and your protein enzymes need to slowly increase the manufacturing of protein digesting enzymes. There are also complex carbohydrates in the protein, in the pulse, that goes into the lower digestive tract, and the old bacteria which are still hanging out over there, they start making a mess and creating gas. And the example I give for people to understand is, around election time, there's a lot of conflict and struggle. There are opposing parties in disagreement, and finally a new government gets voted into power. Even then, the transition to power is not always clean and smooth, right? We've seen that around the world. And that's the same thing. When you start taking more dals, pulses, that is the new government, that the bacteria are going to change. More healthy bacteria will start to populate the lower intestinal tract, and you'll get less gas. But before that, there will be this transition during transfer of power, where the unhealthy gut bacteria will be generating all this gastric and intestinal discomfort. So it doesn't mean you can never have pulses just because you get gas. Stay with it, be patient, maybe introduce them in slowly, allow the new populations to get friendly with each other, and you will find health. Nobody should stop eating pulses just because of gas, okay? Phytic acid and malabsorptive ingredients in terms of they say that there are anti-absorptive things inside the pulses, and they're called phytates. So these would be taken care of, and traditional Indian cooking already knows this. And these phytates can be removed by deactivated by soaking, sprouting, or boiling. And we do that with all our pulses. We know this, and we're all aware about this in India, right? So this is Harvard is publishing it, but our grandmothers already knew it, right? So that's how you can contact me. Thank you so much, Sonia. I'm so sorry that I had to go quickly, but I hope I made it simple that everybody could take away something. And I see one question has come about flatulence on taking the beans. I hope my slide answered your question, Ruchi.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Roshni. I'm definitely going to contact you. I think this is very practical, solution-driven, solution for us lay people. There are a lot of myths you've busted here, and I'm sure it's going to help us and our families in the long run. Thank you for sparing your time. I know you're rushed, so once again, thank you. We will share the questions if there are any with you directly.
Yes, and I'll take care. I'll respond back to those. We would love to answer them.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Con Livisiani, Chair for Agri-Business Chapter, Australia-India Business Council, who joins us to wish us on World Pulses Day with his message.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Con Livisianis. I am the Agribusiness Chair of the Australia-India Business Council. Thank you for the IPGA invitation to celebrate and speak at the World Pulses Day 2022. As my speech is from Australia, I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of country throughout Australia and recognise their continuing connection to land, waters and community. I pay my respects to them and their cultures, and to elders past, present and emerging. My talk will be focusing on challenges and opportunities in agribusiness, trade incorporating agri-tech, tariffs and biosecurity. The Australia-India Business Council was founded in 1986 and is the only national body representing bilateral trade and investment relations between Australia and India. AIBC has developed national industry chapters which will assist in addressing specific bilateral industry issues such as in my sector of agribusiness. Practical, mutually beneficial trade and investment opportunities between Australia and India We're given a big boost through the quadrilateral security dialogue, or easily referred to as Quad, on top of the Morrison-Modi Virtual Summit of 2020. The fourth Quad meeting will be held this week in Australia and include Minister of External Affairs of the Government of India, Minister Jaishankar. The Quad meeting is expected to focus on the group's COVID-19 vaccine partnership and security across the Indo-Pacific. However, it is expected that talks will be undertaken on the progress of the bilateral trade agreement between Australia and India. Recent international economic jolts have highlighted the need for businesses in Australia and India to forge closer ties. Whilst COVID-19 has changed the way we do business, it has not changed the way we think and develop ideas. It is more a case of less travel and more homegrown thinking. Agriculture 4.0 marks the adoption of digital technologies for increasing agricultural production and farm incomes. Climate change, global population explosion, and food security has forced the industry to seek innovative approaches that enhance production with lesser impact to the environment. This is where agri-tech, or technology-driven agriculture, comes into play. Agri-tech has unleashed a digital wave that has revolutionised the face of agriculture to deliver sustainable and profitable food production. The new era of agriculture 4.0, is witnessing the augmentation of this manpower-driven system with information and communication technology to achieve higher food production using fewer resources. Agriculture 4.0 marks the digitalisation of food and agriculture systems using artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, automation, and other technologies to create a hyper-connected network of farms, machines, and factories that result in optimization of both food production and consumption. Automation and digitalization of agri-commerce compliant supply chains will follow. Technology, innovation, and entrepreneurship will be able to provide rural connectivity solutions for voice, video, and internet. Agri-tech will be data-driven. In a world that is increasingly digitally connected by the Internet of Things, data becomes a critical asset. The Internet of Things provides the entire agribusiness supply chain with faster and better insights from real-time data that enables the sector to make smarter and more agile decisions. Add artificial intelligence, which is a very general term to describe different levels of machine learning, technologies, and algorithms that help us either understand the world better and/or to provide machines with capabilities to quickly know the world and make decisions or take actions based on that knowledge. Artificial intelligence has the ability to disrupt and digitize the supply chain of knowledge in the agricultural sector in this decade. Whilst COVID-19 has changed operational strategies, the Australia-India Business Council and its new commercial arm, the Australia-India Business Enterprise, will continue with determination to promote and facilitate bilateral trade on a business-to-business basis between Australia and India. In business across borders, we face local legislation, local ideas, local requirements, and local protection in the form of tariffs. A tax to protect local producers. Each government measures this cost carefully as it adds to the finished cost of goods, even though the imported product can be superior in quality to the local product. This can also prevent the latest technology entering the country at an affordable price. Biosecurity stands in the same position. There are biosecurity systems that have considerable differences between countries. Each are protecting their country from disease. That is understood and accepted by traders around the world. The difficulty arises from the date of the application, which can take months, if not years, to respond. This needs to be fixed through collaboration and the formation of a World Biosecurity Organization with representation from all regions of the world. There will always be differences of opinion. The first members can be Australia and India through the Comprehensive Trade Agreement. Then we can add New Zealand, Southeast Asian countries, and build it from there. Let's start with a clear message to our people about tariffs, biosecurity, and other limitations, which has a clear strategy with achievable outcomes. Australian farmers are crying out in vain for workers. Why not skilled and semi-skilled immigrants from India using the agricultural visa? It can form part of the Comprehensive Trade Agreement. The Australian immigration policy needs to address the agricultural visa urgently. The obvious reason for the worker gap, of course, is the coronavirus pandemic, supercharged by the Omicron strain. But it needs a solution with a short-term fix that has a long-term strategy that addresses future generations. Australia already has 700,000 people of Indian descent. We are grateful and we need more. The ministers from Australia and India spoke of an early harvest on trade policies that they agree will have mutual significant benefit that can quickly be implemented. It is not far away. The Australia-India Business Council and its new commercial arm, the Australia-India Business Enterprise, supports the early harvest approach, so keep in touch with us for further updates, as there are clear signs of a significant shift in the Australia-India relationship, and we welcome all trade queries from our viewers and other interested parties. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Con. Now we move on to our last speaker for the day, Mr. Sunil Patwari. He's a member of Singapore Pulses Federation.
Hi, a very good evening to all of you. My name is Sunil Patwari. I'm from Seasons Overseas Private Limited based out of Singapore. And I also am part of Singapore Pulses Federation as a director. I also represent GPC as an executive member and a committee member of OTA Myanmar. Today I'm here to talk about role of Singapore in global pulses sector. So I'll just give you a brief about Singapore Pulses Federation. So Singapore Pulses Federation was formed in 2016, and we have a range of complete traders who are represents merchant traders, exporters, and pulses based out of Singapore. So our directors are companies like AgroCorp, Mr. Iyengar, companies like RV International, Mr. Rajan Bagaria, Sudhima, Mr. Anil Junjunwala, and many more. Our members would be most of the pulses trading companies based out of Singapore. So typically people think, okay, why Singapore? Why not other countries? Things are opening up, things are getting better. So why people come to Singapore? So as Singapore, if you see last 2 to 3 decades, Singapore plays a vital role in two major factors. I would say one is more like 50, 60, 70%, which is finance. It's a very established country where it's a reasonable way to get finance, and the bankings are open to finance companies for trade finance who are based here, who have commitment to trade, who are committed to trade, and then the transactions are routed. Secondly, if you still see today the counterparty risk and the counterparty trade, the foreign companies, say based out of US, Canada, a lot of them are still much more comfortable trading with companies in Singapore for the subcontinent, India subcontinent, like Pakistan, Bangladesh, India, Myanmar. There are various challenges in these countries. So as Singapore, we add value to bridge the gap. Bridge the gap in the sense, if you talk about Pakistan, there are specific requirements for documents which we can do out of Singapore. Sorry, if you talk about India, there are specific requirements which we can handle out of Singapore. If you talk about Bangladesh, the LC negotiations, the appetite of the banks, if you talk about Nepal, again the usuals, LC requirements. So most of these requirements and handling in terms of finance is able to handle out of Singapore. Why not Dubai and Hong Kong? If I would say, if you want to establish long-term company for a trading, for any activities, if you want to grow, Singapore is a base where even government supports a lot for tax benefits, and definitely is a very established and very reasonable, in the sense, a country where trade is facilitated and convenient, not very tough, I would say. As long as you show your real commitment to banks, banks are happy to finance you, both local and foreign banks. Another aspect which is very important for Singapore to play as a role is the freight, which is most of the companies, the major freight companies, they have the corporate and the regional headquarters based out of Singapore. So which again plays a very, very important role. So yes, definitely when you route transactions through Singapore, there are certain costs when you handle out of Singapore. The traders, they add certain margin, but if you compare the total benefit of trading direct, taking a risk, say paying advance to a counterparty in Myanmar, or paying some sort of trade between any countries which is so-called considered a bit reasonably high risk. So I feel that yes, Singapore has got a value to add in terms of banking, in terms of finance, in terms of government support, everything. As person, people staying, in terms of health benefits. So yes, as Singapore Pulses Federation, we really support the trade which are rooted and which are handled out of Singapore trading companies, and it's a platform where we facilitate a lot of trade relationships. We have MOUs with various countries like Myanmar, India, Pakistan, GPC. We have signed various MOUs, China, where we share information, we exchange information, and as and when we feel member required some help, so as association we are there to help out. So I think that is the main role which Singapore Pulses Federation plays, and I would like to thank IPGA for being our MOU partner and asking us to come and speak on an auspicious and a very important day in Pulses industry, which is World Pulses Day. And thank you IPGA for inviting us to speak, and we look forward to consume, eat and promote more pulses. Happy World Pulses Day, and enjoy the webinar. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mr. Patwari. As we move towards the closing, before I thank all our speakers and panelists and partners, I would like us to play the video jingle which we have put together especially for the World Pulses Day.
पल्स प्रोटीन राजमा मटर मसूर दाल खा के सब रहे खुशहाल as simple as 1 2 3 पल्सेस में है पल्सेस में है बेस्ट प्रोटीन go green with pulse protein
brought to you by the India Pulses and Grains Association.
Pulses are the healthy choice when a hungry tummy makes some noise. You stay fit, the planet green, cause pulses give the best protein. Pulses mein hai best protein. Go green with pulse protein. Rajma matar masoor dal खा के सब रहे खुशहाल. As simple as 1 2 3 Pulses mein hai Pulses mein hai best protein. Go green with pulse protein.
Brought to you by the India Pulses and Grains Association.
Pulses are the healthy choice when a hungry tummy makes some noise. You stay fit, the planet green, cause pulses give the best protein. Pulses mein hai best protein. Go green with pulse protein. Rajma matar masoor dal खा के सब रहे खुशहाल. As simple as 1 2 3 Pulses mein hai Pulses mein hai best protein. Go green with pulse protein.
Brought to you by the India Pulses and Grains Association.
That was a simple showcase of our regional associations all over India who have put up that message of Go Green with Pulse Protein to celebrate World Pulses Day in partnership with IPGA. And we just wanted to bring that to you. Thank you very much. I just would like to thank on behalf of IPGA, all our speakers, panelists, members who have joined us, of course, and the support that they have extended to make this as a very successful, of course, a long drawn event, but it was much needed. Manisha Gupta for keeping the discussion very lively and moderating the various Q&As with our speakers. I would like to also thank Niti Aayog, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India, NAFED, ICRISAT, GPC, Emerging AG, US Dry Pea and Lettuce Council, OTAM, Pulse Canada, Maha FPC, Australia-India Business Council, Singapore Pulses Federation, Good Food Institute of India, for all the support for making this event very successful. We would also like to thank our other partners, AgriWatch, Market Mirror, the Grain, Rice and Oilseeds Merchant Association, Bikaner Anaj Committee and Bikaner Dal Mills Association, Jalgaon Dal Mill Owners Association, Association of Pulses Importers through Tuticorin Seaport, Dal Mills Association Amravati and Krishi Utpanna Bazar Samiti Amravati, Delhi APMC, and of course our advertisers, Buller India Private Limited, Globozone International Trade Private Limited, USA Dry Pea and Lentil Council, and GeoMart, who have supported us throughout for the last 6-7 days, promoting the message on their digital platform, and 93.5 Red FM to run our contest and create awareness amongst the listeners. Thank you once again. Thank you, ICE Global, Hung Golden in Media, and IPGA team for all the support and working tirelessly for the last 2 weeks to making this a very, very successful event. So Go Green with Pulse Protein, and of course Scribbled, who has also put together the videos and creatives. And I wish you all a very happy World Pulses Day. Thank you so much.
मसूर दाल खा के सब रहे खुशहाल, as simple as एक दो तीन पल्सेस में है, पल्सेस में है best protein. Go green with Pulse Protein.
Brought to you by the India Pulses and Grains Association.
Pulses are the healthy choice when a hungry tummy makes some noise. You stay fit, the planet green, cause pulses give the best protein. Pulses mein hai best protein. Go green with Pulse Protein. Rajma, matar, masoor dal, kha ke sab rahe khushhal. As simple as ek do teen. Pulses mein hai, pulses mein hai best protein. Go green with Pulse Protein.
Brought to you by the India Pulses and Grains Association.